Good afternoon, Ashwin, and good afternoon to everyone. So, should we wait, or is the batch size only 15? Should we wait for the class, or shall we just continue with the class? Oh, the size of the batch is only 35. All right. Okay. So, okay. So we'll wait for another 5 more minutes, and then we can start. So till then, we can discuss about preparation. So I hope all of your preparation are going good. Yes. Have you all settled well with your preparation? So do you really get an idea of how preparation should be done? Is it all fine? Yes. Can I have some answers? Is it all good? So have you started completing each and every NCERT textbook? I hope by now at least some 5-6 textbooks you would have completed since your classes have started. 5-6 NCERT textbooks along with parallel reading of all standard textbooks. Have you all started doing it? You should be doing it. That is what my expectation is. So yes, good. Let it go on. Make sure you have a good amount of time every day to devote for studies. Just keep pushing yourself, and one day you will be in the service. That is all that is required. Okay. It's a very, very simple exam, very easy examination, easy to understand. Anybody can understand, not some science or engineering or a particular discipline where only certain students can understand. No, a very broad exam. Anybody can understand this exam, master all the books which are there, master the habit of answer writing even more. That is the most important aspect. If you do all those things, if you keep on reading newspaper, if you develop your ideas and thoughts about this world, automatically you will become the person right enough to crack this examination. Okay. So I wish you all the best. So keep going on. So today we will discuss about polity. So can I know what aspects of polity has already been taught to you in the previous classes? What chapters have already been taught to you in the previous polity classes? Relationship between Article 13 and 21. Okay. So all right. So polity, it doesn't require you to complete it phase by phase. You can just take anywhere in the polity book and we can start teaching. So that is the essence of polity. So there is no harm in me proceeding further, even though Article 22 to Article 22 to Article 70 is not yet over, but still I'll go and start with Article 79, because Article 79 is what discusses about parliamentary system in India, and that is what we'll be looking at today. Okay. So okay, fundamental rights, DPSP, fundamental duties, they're all separate. The second part of polity is somewhat different, and in the mains examination, almost 50% of the questions tend to come from the first part of the polity. Even though the chapters are few, even though you're only reading about 50 articles, not more than that, as a part of your polity 1 classes, but 50% of the questions in mains actually come from those part of polity. All the understanding part, for what do you understand by basic structure, and what is the conflict between fundamental rights and DPSPs. So all those kind of questions. What is the idea of separation of powers? So many areas, they do figure from polity part 1. And let's get into the class then. We have already 27 students. So I hope by now you have become comfortable handling Lakshmikant textbook also. So let's discuss something about the structure of government. Right, until now you are getting introduced to what is a constitution, what are the principles given in the constitution, why did we come up with those principles. So what is the need to limit a government, why should a citizen's rights be protected against the interference of the government. So all those aspects you have been discussing in your previous classes. So I'm sure you get an idea about the purpose behind constitution. Okay, so can somebody just give me a definition of constitution? What do you actually understand by constitution? What purpose do you think a constitution serves? What ideas do you have about it? The reason why we have a written constitution in our hand. What is the possible explanation for that? So any answers? Basic document to say how we should set up our country. That's correct. Okay. How we should set up our country. Country, is country the right word? Documents of people's faith and aspirations. That's very good. A document that reflects so we want to have a just society. We want to have a liberal society. We want to have a society which is devoid of any caste barriers. So we try to come up with a document. So yes, that is one aspect of it. It reflects what ideals people really want. That's okay. A set of rules and procedures for the government and to prevent government excess. That is very correct. Another important aspect of it is limit the powers of the government. That's a very, very correct answer. Because the reason how governments are formed when people surrender their rights to surrender their lot of earlier freedoms that they had. What were the earlier freedoms? If somebody comes and beats me, if somebody comes and tries to rape me, I'll directly take a knife and I'll kill him. That was the earlier prerogative, that was my earlier right I had. So I'm surrendering it all to the government. I'm empowering the government to use force against me, right? I'm empowering the government to have the monopoly of exercising force. A common citizen cannot exercise force on each other, whereas it's the government alone which has the monopoly of exercising force. So what is the guarantee that this force will not be used against me myself? Very high possibility. So that is why you have to limit the functions of government. You should limit and set boundaries beyond which the government should not trespass. That is very correct. So you limit it. So there is a term for it, limited government. Okay, you confine the functions and powers of government within certain limits. Okay, the framework within which any citizen, government, judiciary should organize its conduct. That's correct. That is another definition of, that is another purpose of constitution, to decide the framework of the political setup. Okay, we are not going to decide about minute aspects of whether capitalism should be allowed or not, whether banking system should be allowed or not. No. So we are not going to decide on whether intercaste marriages are allowed or not. Those aspects, social aspects, we are not going to talk about it. Constitution serves the purpose of putting forward, explaining, giving a structure to the political setup in the country. What should be the relationship between different political agents, between different political institutions. You have executive, you have legislature, judiciary, right? So what kind of a relationship do we have existing between these three organs? So that is also one other purpose of a constitution. Basically, a constitution serves these objectives. Okay? So these aspects you would have discussed in the first part of your classes. This is what we are going to discuss. If you actually take from Article 52 onwards, it is more or less related to structure and framework of the political setup. So who is the president? What is a judiciary? Who are the members of judiciary? What do we understand by parliament? What are the two houses of parliament? Then what is the union territory? What are states? What is center-state relationship? So if you actually look at my classes, whatever I'm going to handle in these, in couple of my classes, maybe 15 to 18 sessions I'll be handling. In all those classes, we will be mostly looking at this particular aspect of polity. Okay. So let's get into the class. So we will first start with parliament, because that is the basic framework of our political setup. Parliamentary form of government. So parliamentary form of government is an evolution of modern world. Okay, it's something to do with post 10th century. After that, we have this institution of parliament. But before that, does it mean that we did not have any political setup? No, we had political setup for the last 4,000 years. So the political setup is all dependent upon the nature of the society. It is all dependent upon the number of people in the society, the kind of professions that is being done, the kind of interactions that happens between the members of the society, how large a society is. All these factors decide what kind of a political setup we need to have in the country. So until 10th century, we had a concept called as monarchy. And from 10th century onwards, not 10th exactly, from 13th. From 13th century onwards, first time we find the world experimenting with a different form of a government. So the experimentation happened in Britain. Okay, so this was the first time when a different model other than monarchy was experimented. It was brought into effect. So the way parliamentary system, modern parliament in India or modern parliament in Britain, what we see today is a gradual process of evolution for a period of around 600 years, 700 years. Okay. Over this period, an institution has evolved, and that is what we have today. So why did this even come up? Because, see, societies change with time. Political systems also have to change with time. So the time was not ripe enough for 3,000 years for monarchy to change. For a long time, monarchy was there. What do we mean by monarch? Human societies always require some kind of a leadership. Without a leadership, societies will break down. Societies will have a lot of conflict within them. So you have to have some leadership in the society. Otherwise, there will not be order in the society. Men will start killing each other. They will start pouncing on each other's wives and property. Okay, so these were the reasons: protection of one's property and protection of one's life, which made people look up to a leader. Okay, and that leader was the king. So kings served a purpose. They brought law, they brought order to the society. They made sure distribution of resources in the society was all done properly so that everybody was kept happy. So monarchy is not intrinsically bad. It was an institution which survived for 3,000 years. So when it survives for such a long time, then automatically corruption starts coming in. So monarchy died in the modern times recently. But understand, it was brought for a certain purpose. The purpose was to maintain order in the society, to provide for food and shelter and clothing for every member of the society. That was the reason why kings came into existence. So a king himself performed three functions. Okay, in any societies, there are three functions which are necessary for the purpose which I told you just now: to maintain law and order, to protect life and property, and to maintain certain code of conduct within the members of the society. There are three usual functions. One is what is called as the law-making function. So first, the society should actually have a framework of laws. Okay, these are: you shall not steal, you shall not kill, you shall not hurt others. So a code has to be there according to which the members have to behave. What if somebody breaks the code? What if somebody violates the law? You need to bring them in conformity with the law. You have to make sure their actions are no longer against the law. So they have to be brought back once again into the framework of law. So how do you enforce that? You have to have a law enforcing agency. Okay, but during times of enforcement, because these are not robots who are enforcing, these are human beings. When a human being performs this act, when a human being enforces this law, naturally there will always be a bias, naturally partiality, favoritism, all these aspects will also be there. So hence, whether the enforcement was done properly or not, so that has to be checked. So adjudication. Okay, because when you enforce law, there will always be disputes, there will always be contentions. No, you are not enforcing the law properly. You are enforcing on his favor. You are enforcing against me because I am your enemy. Okay, so all these kind of disputes will come, and the disputes have to be resolved. That is what is called as adjudication. So any society, any political setup has to do these three tasks. But the problem in monarchy is all these three tasks was done by one single person. That is where the problem started coming up, and the problem became very severe in the modern world in 17th century, 18th century, it became so severe that throughout the world, all the kings and queens were all swept away by revolutions after revolutions. And finally, democratic system of society was actually established. Okay? So 3 functions were all performed by the same authority. So what is the problem in this setup? If all the 3 functions are performed by the same authority, one authority is doing, this is what is called as concentration of powers. All the powers are concentrated in the hands of one single person. So what is the negative aspect of this phenomenon? Yes, any answers? Yes, that's correct. Abuse of power. Why? How does abuse of power happen? Partiality, excess power, discrimination and bias. Okay. So fine then. I think you are aware of this concept then. King himself makes laws. Okay, all right. The king's servants are going to execute the laws. And during execution, a common man, a common subject is killed. He is injured by the king's soldiers. Okay, by the king's men, king's servants. A common subject is actually injured. So where does he come? He comes to the king and he says, "Sir, your soldiers have come and they have destroyed my house. They have stolen my property. So please restore it back to me. Please punish your soldiers for this action." So do you think the king will, he might be a just ruler, he might be a fair ruler, and we in so many historical literatures, in various Tamil literature and all, you come across glorified songs about various kings, Pari and all, okay, many Chera rulers, Chola rulers, so many, even in various other literature also, you come across those rulers who have been praised for their justness, who have been praised for their fairness. But not all kings. Not all kings will act in a fair manner because they would not want to punish their own servants. So what happens is, it is the common man who is actually at the weaker level here. So he does not get what is called as justice in this kind of a setup. So that is why over years a lot of anger started building on this authority. Louis XVI of France. So he became a historical personality. He became the victim of this anger. A long piling up anger finally broke in the form of French Revolution, and monarchy was replaced with a different kind of a setup. The different kind of a setup in France was established after having inspirations from the British society. Britain, they had a different kind of concept. In Britain, even today in Britain, we have a king or we have a queen. But what we have here in Britain is what is called as enlightened monarchy. Enlightened. So it means that they have realized that powers should not be in their own hands. It should be given to the people themselves. We should only be a token symbol. We should be nothing more than just a symbolic head of the state, nothing more than that. The real powers, the real decision makers should be the people themselves. So British monarchy, because of its own history, was able to realize that, and they started diluting their powers gradually in the hands of people. Whereas other monarchs were all not like that. They were all very autocratic, always wanted to keep powers to themselves. So finally, French Revolution happened, and all that is a different story. But what I'm trying to point out here is, in monarchy, powers are fused. Powers are concentrated in the hand of a single person, which is not very healthy for the survival and development of a common man. So because of various revolutions, because of different new thoughts coming into the minds of people, they came up with a different concept, which is called as democracy. And in democracy, the emphasis is always on separation of powers. A king is replaced by an elected head. Okay? A king, he is replaced by an elected head. So the head of the executive is no longer a hereditary monarch. And what we do is, we also divide the powers. Instead of having one king, as how it was in monarchy, we are making 3 kings. We are making 3 levels of leadership. Okay, not just one leader in the form of king. We are creating 3 different leaders. One of the leader for executive. Then we have another branch which is called as the legislature. 3 levels. Okay. Then we have judiciary. We are dividing the powers between 3 leaders. One will be the head of the legislature. other will be the head of the judiciary, other will be the head of the executive. So we are just dividing the power so that no conflict of interest actually comes into picture. And even in this separation of powers also, do we have the perfect model of separation of powers in a parliamentary system? If I were to ask you this question, do we have perfect separation of powers in parliamentary system? Do we have it? No, yes, no, no. Parliamentary system, we don't have a strict separation of powers because, you see, Parliament came into existence in 13th century onwards from Britain, went on. They were able to, see, in monarchy, all the three powers were in the hands of the king. In parliamentary setup, what they have achieved is a complete independence of judiciary. Judiciary was made independent, no doubt about that. But when it comes to executive and legislative functions, we were not able to achieve strict separation of powers. Because in a parliament, if you take a parliament, if this is the legislature, executives are also a part of legislature. Executives are in fact taken out from the legislature itself. So that is why we cannot have separation between legislature and executive when it comes to parliamentary form of government. So even that is not this should have been the ideal form. Okay, this is the best dream government which any common man can aspire to. But this kind of a setup had to wait until American Revolution. Okay. British parliamentary setup is better than monarchy. American system is even better than parliamentary form of government. So that experimentation was done after American Revolution, where there was a very, very good degree of separation between executive, legislature and judiciary. Okay, in America, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, the head of executive, he is not a member of legislature. Donald Trump or Joe Biden, they are not members of Congress or the Senate. They are independent, legislature is independent, judiciary is independent. Okay, they don't have, Joe Biden does not sit in each and every session of Congress. Okay, whereas here Narendra Modi as well as Boris Johnson, they have to sit whenever the legislature sits for session in their respective countries. But in USA, that is not the case. USA, see, these are how models develop. Complete fusion, partial separation, greater degree of separation. Okay, this is the dream society. That is our aspirations. We should move towards this. But we have at least an American model which closely comes to a greater degree of separation of powers between various agencies. Okay, so this is how societies evolve. And when India got independence, already monarchy was gone because Britishers have been ruling over India. So we never had this concept of bringing in a monarch or anybody. So our ideas were stuck between, should we go for this system, a British parliamentary system, or should we go for American system? We had two models to look up to. On one hand, we had a British system which we were very familiar with. On the other hand, we had to experiment with a new model which is called as the American model, where there is a greater degree of separation of powers. So there was a lot of debates which went in the Constituent Assembly. And finally, it was decided that we will go with this system and not with this system. Okay. So what are the reasons for that? So is it clear? Whatever has been discussed right up to now, is it fine? Are you able to understand? Any doubts? Okay. So in the Constituent Assembly, we had this dilemma. Should we go for parliamentary setup or should we go for a presidential setup? And we decided in favor of parliamentary setup. What were the reasons for that? Anybody? What is the answer for this? Why did we go for a parliamentary setup in India? I said American model is the dream model, almost closer to the dream model. So we should have ideally gone for that setup, but we didn't. So what could be the possible reason for that? Because American model was relatively new. Well, that's okay. Even if a system is new, if it can work, it can just be adopted. Even parliamentary setup itself was not our indigenous system or anything. Okay, even that was an imported system. Parliamentary setup was just functioning for what? Let's say 100 years. After 1857 mutiny from the Councils Act onwards, the setup got a proper structure until 1947. It was only in existence for 100 years. So familiarity with the setup itself was not the complete reason. There are some other reasons also. Very good. Due to more responsibility, accountability. Yes. The first most important reason is accountability. Accountability of what? Accountability of what? That's correct. Accountability of the executive. It is the executive arm of the government, which is the most dangerous arm of the government. Police is there with the executive. Army is there with the executive. As I said, all the agencies which can use force on a common man is all a part of the executive. Okay, so that is why we have to make sure the executive stays within certain limits. It should not start using force on the opposition leaders. It should not start using force on the common man. So that is why you have to always contain the executive within certain limits. And that was why such a. The next question is why do we have to fear so much about the executive? At least why did the constitution makers have so much of fear over the executive that this was the main reason that they went for parliamentary system. They want to tightly control the executive. What was the reason for that? It was because colonial history, that's very correct. During the British time, our constituent assembly makers, our constitution makers, let it be Jawaharlal Nehru or let it be Govind Vallapant or whoever they may be, all of them were erstwhile freedom fighters. Many of them have been beaten by police. Many of them have been arrested without any reason and put behind bars. And the colonial government had just opened fire on a group of peaceful protesters in Jallianwala Bagh. All this brought in a sense of mistrust and fear on the executive. Our constitution makers really were very, very scared and skeptical of the executive. So their main focus was so this was because of the colonial history. The executive can at any point of time abuse its powers and it can inflict damage on the common man. So they wanted to have a system which gives more importance to accountability of the executive. In American system, so does that mean that, so I'm saying that this is the reason why we went for parliamentary setup. So does it actually mean that in American system we don't have accountability of the executive? So does it mean that in USA anybody can do anything that they like? Is it so? Does it mean that in USA there is no responsibility of the executive? Is it like that? Yes or no? What is the answer for this? So if we had gone for parliamentary system because its primary objective was on the executive accountability, my next natural question is, in US does it mean that there is no responsibility on the executive? No systems can survive if there is no accountability of the executive. The executive has to always be made accountable. But just that, in parliamentary system, the frequency in which the executive accountability is enforced, that is very, very high compared to the American system. The reason is because of common membership of legislature and executive. This is legislature and the executive. Since executive is actually borrowed from the legislature, executive occupies a common membership in the legislature. Okay. So what is going to happen here? Parliament is going to meet 3 times in a year. Let's take the context of India. 3 times in a year, Parliament sits for its session, budget session, monsoon session, winter session. So let's say approximately 100 days in a year, Parliament sits for its session. Whenever the Parliament convenes for its session, the Council of Ministers, they are the ones who are called as the executive. Council of Ministers will also be here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be there in the meeting of the session. All other ministers will also be there as a part of the meeting of that session. So in that case, what will happen? Every single day when the Parliament is in session, Rahul Gandhi, Dayanidhi Maran, A. Raja, all opposition parties, they will constantly question the executive. Every single day, the executive will be questioned on the wisdom of its actions. Executive will be asked, why did you follow this policy? Why did you not take policies to provide relief for flood-affected citizens? So such kind of hard questions will be asked every single day. I'm just giving, every single day is, after all, it's just an exaggeration, but I'm just saying that there's so much possibility where the executive can be questioned about its actions. There is so much possibility that a no confidence motion can be moved on against the executive. There is every possibility that the legislature might express its disapproval of the actions of the executive, and it can ask the executive to go out of the job. So this is the beauty of parliamentary system, because they have common membership. So whenever legislature sits for its session, even the executive will also be present there. Executive will be questioned by the legislature about its actions. So it's by questioning the executive is held accountable and responsible for its actions. But in USA, that is not the case. In USA, Congress is separate, President is separate. President does not occupy any membership or anything here. So the Congress cannot question any action of the executive unless a president commits a grave offense, like Bill Clinton. Sexually, he was involved in a scandal, Monica Lewinsky scandal. So he was, as far as my memory goes, he was the last president to be impeached. He was the last president against whom some kind of an action was taken by the legislature. And after that, even a president like Donald Trump was able to survive for 4 years without any issues. Okay, so that points to the kind of relationship between legislature and executive in US setup. There, the executive will not be frequently questioned, and frequently they will not be made accountable. Only when there is a very, very great offense which is committed by the president that he has to be sacked from this post, only in those situations, the Constitution of USA allows the legislature to have a control on the executive. So more amount of flexibility and freedom for executive in the American system, but here that is not the case. Any action that they do, they have to be answerable to the legislature. So this is the system that our makers had preferred. So if you actually see, so what can be the problem of the system? Yes, good aspect is too much of accountability accepted. That's the positive aspect. So what is the negative aspect of the system? So all this was debated in the Constituent Assembly, positive aspect, negative aspect, and finally we decided that we will still have preference. What is the negative aspect? If executive is less accountable, then how it can be ideal system, sir? No, as I said, a system, the idealness of a system is not judged just because of the freedom that the executive enjoys. Okay, it is all about checks and balances on each other and fair degree of separation of powers. One organ should do only its functions. It should not interfere into others' functions. That is what actually that is the benchmark of idealness. It is not about it is not the accountability factor that actually determines the idealness of the system, which I have explained. It is about whether each organ is only doing its functions, or is it doing others' functions also? Is it interfering in others' functions also? So if a good separation of powers is always desirable. Okay. Policies delay, lack of stability. That's the correct answer. So there, Trump need not go and explain each and every action to the legislature. Trump is independent. He can just do whatever he feels like. He wants to construct a wall between US and Mexico, he can just go and construct a wall. But in India, that is not the case. Whatever you have to do, you have to come and answer. A motion will be moved against you. A legislature will say, no, the action that you did is wrong, so we are removing you out of power. So because of that, the executive does not feel bold enough to come and take decisions in parliamentary setup. Okay, so there is always a fear of being disapproved by the legislature. So you can say that there are always delays. You can always say that there are always instability is also another issue of parliamentary system. Last session, the government was in power. Within 3 months, they did something which the legislature does not approve. So legislature passes a no confidence motion against the government. In the next session, the government falls down. Okay. If the government keeps on coming and falling, decision making is going to suffer. Good policies cannot be made for the country. Policies with a long-term vision will not be made, because the politicians who come to power, the Council of Ministers, the executive, they are constantly occupied with the thought how to stay in power. That's all. That is their only conception. Other than that, they don't really care for making a long-term futuristic plan or anything. Nothing happens of that sort there. The only main challenge itself is to just hold on to power. Okay. So These are some of the problems with parliamentary setup. So you can say that our constitution makers preferred so can I also say that the parliament constitution makers were so scared of the executive, their only idea was to not allow the executive to do anything bad. But in US, the system is arranged in such a way that it allows the executive to do a lot of good, because the system, the society, trusts the executive, because they were not shaped by the same kind of experience like how we had in India. So that is why the American executive today enjoys a lot of trust. There is no mistrust on the executive, and that is why the executive is provided with a lot of stability, so it can just go ahead and do a lot of good to the people. But in India, the focus is something different. Even if the executive does not do anything good, it is okay, we can manage, the society can survive. But our main concern is we should not allow the executive to do anything bad against the society. This is the philosophical difference between parliamentary setup and presidential setup. In presidential setup, the structures are arranged in such a way that the executive is empowered to do good, whereas in parliamentary setup, the structures are arranged in such a way that the executive is prevented from doing bad to the people. Okay, two different mindsets which have gone into the making of these two systems. So this is the main difference between presidential system and parliamentary form of government. So that is why if you actually see, whenever there are weak governments, whenever there are governments like Manmohan Singh's government, which has to be supported by a lot of other parties in the legislature, when you have such kind of people, each and every decision that the government takes will be opposed by the coalition parties. 2G will be opposed by one group of coalition partners. Indo-US nuclear deal signed between US and India, that will be opposed by the Communist Party. Okay, so if you have so much of opposition all the time, so you have a weak government, and because of weak government, the government can fall down any point of time. So it is in those times there will be a lot of newspaper articles which will be written, there will be a lot of voices which will be given in favor of presidential system. So a lot of articles will be written. Is it time to switch over to presidential system? So should we just discard the parliamentary government because it is inefficient, it is not providing a strong leadership. Strong leadership means an executive which has so much of majority that it does not actually fear the legislature at all. Okay, so the idea behind parliamentary setup is legislature controlling the executive. But in a government like Narendra Modi's government from 2014 to present date, in reality, if people vote in large numbers in support of the executive, if people give an astounding majority to the executive, then the reverse will happen. Executive will start controlling the legislature. Yes? So, on paper, parliamentary system is good because it provides scope for more legislative control on the executive. But if the executive enjoys excessive majority in the legislature, then the executive will start controlling the legislature. Okay. The executive can influence the legislature to make favorable laws, checks and balances can get blurred. That's correct. That is what will happen if. So you can see that it is all up to the people. If the people decide that executive should not be strong, a strong executive, a strong government, Narendra Modi's government is only going to be against the interest of the people. So let us make the government weak. Let us vote for other parties also. If they vote like that, then definitely legislature can have more control on the Narendra Modi's government. But if the people feel that no, we need to have a strong government, let Narendra Modi be given the freedom to do whatever he wants to do. If people decide that, then they will just vote all members of legislature to be of the same party who will have the same ideological orientation as that of the executive. Then ultimately you have executive dominance in the legislature. This is how it actually happens. So do you understand it? Yes? So if a question is asked in this examination, which system places more emphasis and importance on accountability, always keep in mind it is a parliamentary system. The very reason why parliamentary system comes into existence is to check and balance, limit the powers of the executive. Okay, but these are practical variations. It varies on one government. It varies with one government to the other. But in theory, the idea behind the system is to have the legislature exercise a control all the time on the executive. That is the reason why legislature and executive has a common membership here, whereas on the other system that is not the case. Okay, we will proceed further then. So this is the basic of what is called as the parliamentary setup. And you need to just understand one more idea about constitution. It's an idea which is called as federalism. So once you get these two ideas, then we can get into the constitutional provisions of parliament. The other idea that you have to have in mind is federalism. So this is also another question which came before constitution makers. In the Constituent Assembly, there was a question, should we go for a So this is also another question which was elaborately debated and discussed in the Parliament, the Constituent Assembly. So our colonial experience was always in favor of a single unified government. Our colonial experience before independence, with the exception of Government of India Act 1935. Okay, only in Government of India Act 1935, a clear formula for federalism was actually given. Federalism was given a proper practical shape in Government of India Act 1935. Union list, provincial list, concurrent list was all introduced. Powers of state legislatures were all defined. So apart from Government of India Act 1935, before that, it is completely a kind of a centralized system with which Britishers have ruled India. The reason why Britishers have ruled India on a centralized pattern is because they were used to that kind of a pattern in Britain. Britain is a very, very small country. Small country, the society is more or less homogeneous, not much of conflicting interest between the members of the society. So hence, there you can have one single government. Okay, a very small country. You can just travel from one end of the Britain to the other end in maybe one day, even in 19th century possibly. If you take a carriage, a steam locomotive, probably you can cover the entire Britain in one day. Very much possible then. So Britain was able to be managed on a unified basis, on a unitary basis. But India is many times larger than Britain. India is such a diverse country, geographically, society-wise as well. Food habits also change, religious practices also change, culture, customs, everything completely changes when you travel across India. Okay, so India cannot be compared on the same pattern as that of UK. So that is why we wanted to have a separate government, a different kind of a setup. We felt that it is not possible to have a single unified government in India. So what are the reasons for that? One reason, as I said, is it is because it's a large country, large size of the nation. So as one man taking care of all functions of 1 billion people is not going to work. Administratively also, today it's fine. If I want to send a letter from here to Delhi, probably I can just send it over WhatsApp. Okay, but when we got independence, each and every communication, if it has to go to Delhi and it has to get its approval and then it has to come back, it is going to lead to a lot of delay. That is why it is not administratively feasible. You will only it will lead to more delays and more inefficiencies. So we should have governments, many governments. One government alone occupied with the affairs of 500 million people during the time of independence. 500 million people, one government and 10 ministers taking decisions on all matters, not going to work at all. You have to divide powers and give powers to many people here and there. So they should also be allowed to take decisions on various matters. Okay. So this is one reason why we went for federalism, to make decision maker more easier. The next, another important reason why we went for a federal setup. Any idea what are the other reasons? As I said, diversity is another important factor. The disease that you have in Arunachal Pradesh will not even be there in Kerala. Okay. The profession that is being done in Tamil Nadu will not even exist in Gujarat. The crops that are grown in Jammu Kashmir will not even be there in Orissa. So much of diversity, so much of differential, what do I say? There should be a difference in the way the problems should be approached. You cannot have one common malaria program all over India. Mosquitoes are not even existent in Arunachal Pradesh. If that is the case, then why should you spend money on Arunachal Pradesh? Instead, use that money to target a particular disease which is actually there in Arunachal Pradesh only. So that is why there are certain subjects like health, agriculture, local government, so basically sanitation and all these issues. All these are completely different from one part of the country to the other. So you cannot have one common policy which will dictate what should be your health policy, what priority you should be giving. Next 1 year we will have national tomato cultivation program. No, tomato will not even grow in some areas. So you cannot have such programs there. So that is why, because India is so diverse with very, very different practices, we need to have local governments. We need to have governments at lower levels which will take care of certain subjects. Okay, you cannot have one common formula, will not work throughout the nation. So this is the main reason why we went for a federal model. Okay, so how did our federal model evolve and all? We will discuss it later. What are the features of a federal setup? We will discuss later when we discuss about center-state relations. All that you need to know as of now is parliamentary system. What is the meaning of it? What do we understand by federalism? In federalism, basically we are dividing powers. Instead of concentrating powers in the hands of one executive or in one legislature, we are dividing powers between union and the states. Okay, so what powers? We are dividing executive and legislative powers. The law making powers and law enforcing powers, we are dividing between union and states. Certain subjects, certain matters are kept exclusively in the hand of union government. Certain matters are kept exclusively in the control of state governments. Certain matters both center as well as states can take care of in execution as well as in legislation. Okay. So many reasons are there. Even apart from that, for federalism, a lot of separatist movements were there. In Tamil Nadu, Dravida Kalagam was asking for a separate nation. Nagaland was threatening to break away. Kashmir was threatening to break away. Punjab asking for a complete different country. So a lot of regional aspirations were there. People wanted to just break away from India and form their own nations. So you have to accommodate them. So you have to ask them, why are you breaking the nation? They say that my people are subjugated. My people will not enjoy any powers in the common nation called as India. India will dominate over Tamil Nadu. So all these are reasons that they say. But in reality, if you ask them, tell me the real reason, why are you asking for separate nation? They will say, I want to become the leader of that country. Then the central government says, okay, don't worry, I'll create a country and you be the chief minister of that place. Then now they are also happy. So once they are accommodated into this power sharing agreement, once they become chief ministers, then they feel that, okay, let's give away the separatist tendencies. Let's coexist as a part of Indian Union. Anyway, I am the chief minister. My followers are the ministers. So there's no problem anymore. Right? You have to accommodate such separatist and divisive tendencies by sharing powers with them. If you don't share powers with them, the country would have broken up into various fragments. So that was also another reason why we went for power sharing between center and states. Okay, and understand, in India, we are sharing powers, only the law making and law enforcing powers we are sharing. Judicial powers we are not sharing. It's one common integrated judiciary, because judiciary itself is an independent organ. So judiciary, it's completely independent of executive and legislature, and one integrated judiciary to take care of both union as well as state subjects. Okay. Just understand, federalism means sharing of powers. What powers? In India, executive and legislative powers are shared between union and states. So why I'm saying this is, and do you know which part of the constitution talks about these subjects? So what do I mean by subjects? I say subjects are shared, subjects are shared. What do I actually mean by that? Functions. Subject means functions. The function of protecting the security of the nation. The function of raising an army. The function of building railways all across the country. The function of taking care of health of people. The function of taking care of education of the people. The function of taking care of, say, trade and commerce. So these are the different functions in which the governments are involved. Union as well as states, they are involved in all these functions. Okay, certain functions, these functions, can we give this function, raising an army, can we give this function to the state of Tamil Nadu? Yes. Tamil Nadu will have its own nuclear bomb, nuclear missile. Tamil Nadu will have its own submarines. Tamil Nadu will have its own battle tanks. Can we allow that to happen? If we allow that to happen, the security of entire India itself is going to be threatened. That is why we cannot allow the state governments to involve themselves in certain functions, where the entire security, where the entire integrity of the nation itself has to be maintained. Certain functions have to be kept only in the hands of a common government. It has to be kept only in the hand of a union government. It should not be given to state governments. Whereas certain functions, as I said, which are very local in nature, which are region specific, those kind of functions you can share with the states. So this is the logic with which our constitution makers have kept certain functions in the hands of union government. This is the logic with which constitution makers have kept certain functions exclusively in the hands of state governments. And there are functions where both center as well as states have to combine together and they have to perform. We'll understand, we will discuss about it later when we discuss about center-state relations. Let me not go into the depth of it. As of now, you have to understand, we don't have a centrally unified setup. We have a power shared setup, a power shared agreement between two levels of government. Two different powers are shared, executive and legislative powers are shared between center and states. So you have union legislature, which is called as parliament. You have state legislature at the state levels. So union legislature will make laws for these functions. State legislature will make laws for these functions. And what are the functions of union? What are the functions of states? What are the functions of both union and states? All that is given in the constitution. If you look at the last few pages of the constitution, you have what is called as 7th schedule. A schedule means list. Okay, it's a list number 7. That is also a way of, okay, you have list 1, list 2, list 3. And if you look at it, you have the 7th schedule of the constitution, which actually talks about federal division of subjects. So what subjects will be performed by unions, what will be performed by states, all that is given in 7th schedule of the constitution. So you have to understand that for union, we have a separate legislature, which is called as parliament. For states, we have a separate legislature for making laws, which is called as state legislative assemblies, and some states also have legislative councils. This we will discuss later. Today our focus is going to be on discussion on the institution of parliament, the union legislature. Okay, let me just take a break for 5 minutes. So do you have any doubts? Should I answer any doubts until up to now? Anybody? So have these concepts, so will we discuss why we chose coming together than holding together? Definitely, that is an area that we will discuss later. Center-state relations, when I'm taking, I'll tell you why we went for a different setup from the US setup. US setup is coming together kind of a setup, whereas ours is holding together. I'll explain to you later. Okay, this is a very elementary introduction to federalism. I'll discuss it when we talk about center-state relations. Okay, so then we'll proceed further. Is there any provision in the constitution? I'm sure many of you would have even read the chapter of parliament. So is there anyone here? I'm sure many of you would have done it. So have you started going through the chapter of parliament? How are you feeling about the parliament chapter in your Lakshmikant? Is it easy? Is it difficult? What is your general opinion? Or let me ask you another question. So if you have started reading your polity textbook, which is that chapter that you really hate about Lakshmikant? Definitely there will be some chapters. Okay, so even when I used to prepare for this examination, the one chapter which I really hated studying and which I really did not study for the exams also, that is citizenship. That is one chapter which I really I could not understand what is given in Lakshmikant and citizenship chapter. And I also felt Parliament is also one other chapter which is very, very dry and which has a lot of because Parliament chapter itself is completely procedural in nature. With this, the concept behind Parliament Parliament system is, with that, the conceptual area is over. From now onwards, we should just be aware of what are the procedures of various aspects as given in the Constitution and in rules of procedure. So that is one aspect that we'll have to follow, we'll discuss in the class. So Parliament chapter also, I believe, is somewhat dry and difficult in your Lakshmikant. Okay, citizenship is the worst. No, there's nothing which can be worse given than citizenship. And I think the next somewhat dry chapter in the textbook is actually Parliament. So, if you have gone through your Parliament chapter in Lakshmikant, let me ask you a question. Is there any provision in the Constitution which says that executive and legislature will have common membership? Is there any provision in the Constitution? Have you gone through your Constitution? See, what did I say about parliamentary system? Parliamentary system's prime focus is common membership of legislature and executive. Right? Is this kind of a structure defined anywhere in the Constitution? That is my question. Yes or no? No. Okay. Article 79 of the Constitution, it says Parliament comprises of the President plus Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. This is the most fundamental article which allows parliamentary setup to exist in India. This is the fundamental basis of why we have common membership of legislature and executive. It's because Article 79 declares the head of the executive, he is also a part of the legislature. Okay. So from this we clearly understand that nowhere in the textbook it is given that in India, in Constitution, nowhere is it given in India we will have a parliamentary setup. No. It is defined in these kind of wordings. Article 79, it places the head of executive himself as a part of legislature. There are other articles which says that anybody who's to be appointed as a council of minister, he has to belong to either house of the parliament. So when you read those provisions, we come to an understanding that, okay, this is a system which has a common membership of executive and legislature, and hence this looks like parliamentary form of government. So that is what Supreme Court had done in 1973. In Keshwananda Bharati judgment, Supreme Court said, after reading the Constitution, I have now come to an understanding that in India we have parliamentary form of government. This is the basic structure of the Constitution. We will discuss it later, but just let me just put this, bring this to your notice that there are provisions in the Constitution which implicitly provides for a parliamentary form of government in India. Okay. So, as I said, the hallmark feature of parliamentary form of government is this aspect, and this aspect is actually mentioned in Article 79 and in other article also. I don't know which. I don't remember, Article 75 or 76. I don't remember which article exactly it is, but either of the two articles also says that the Council of Ministers should belong to legislature. Okay. So, what else are we supposed to know about it? So, first we know that Parliament comprises of President plus Lok Sabha plus Rajya Sabha. Okay. So I'm going to bring you the third debate which went into which happened in Constituent Assembly. The first debate was presidential system or parliamentary system. Second debate was unitary setup or a federal divided setup. The third debate was about unicameral legislature, means a single house. Bicameral means two houses. So what setup are we going to have? So in India, what do we have? We have one Lok Sabha, we have one Rajya Sabha. First house, second house. We have two houses. So that is why in India we have what is called as a bicameral legislature. But why did we go for a bicameral legislature? In the Constituent Assembly, there were two bipolar debates. One debate was in favor of single house. The other opinion was in favor of two houses. So what do you think could have been the arguments put forward in Constituent Assembly for in favor of a single house? Any idea? What was the argument that was put forward in the Constituent Assembly in favor of single house? Of course, double houses, you have an idea, you can understand. You read Lakshmikant, role of Rajya Sabha, you read that, you'll understand what could have been the arguments in favor of bicameral legislature. But my question is, what was the argument in favor of single house? That's very correct. Two houses makes it complicated and the process is delayed. Okay, delay, all right. Okay, but there are even more important reasons over that. What are the other reasons? Again, think about your colonial experience. That was the background behind our constitution. So think about colonial experience under the Britishers. Think about that and come up with an answer for this question. Avoid domination. That's correct. Domination of what? Domination of second house. Even in the colonial time, Government of India Act 1919, I believe, it introduced bicameral legislatures in center. Viceroy's Council will now have two houses. Okay. So, Government of India Act introduced what is called as responsible government in India. Government of India Act 1919, Montague-Chelmsford reforms introduced what is called as responsible government. So, there will be two houses, and the first house will be elected directly by a group of people. We did not have universal franchise under Britishers. We had a limited franchise, but the first house was directly elected. People will elect. Second house was not an elected house. It was nominated house. This was our experience under 1919 and 1935 Acts. We had a bad experience in 1919 and 1935 Acts. That is why there was a lot of voice against bicameral legislature. So what were the effects? 1919 bicameral legislature was introduced. One house elected group of people, second house nominated group of people. Who nominates these members? Any idea? To send members to the second house, they don't have to contest elections. They will be nominated. And who are those nominees? They are representatives of the princely states. The princes, big zamindars, landlords. So they will choose their representatives to the second chamber. Same is the case with 1935 Act also. In 1935, you had what are called as provincial governments. So do you know when the elections were held after Government of India Act 1935? Did you read history? After Government of India Act 1935, when were the elections held after Government of India Act 1935? Do you know the answer? Yes, 1937. Yes, not 1936, it is in 37. And so just because I had studied history, so you should, from the point of questions in history, you should just know in which all provinces Congress came as a majority party. Okay, in many states Congress came as a single largest majority party. In some states Congress was not able to win. So at least those states where Congress was not able to win, you should be observant about it. There could be a question which can be asked in the examination from history. Otherwise, 1935 Act, Congress ministries, they took power in 1937. It was a very short-lived experiment until 1939. Then after that they resigned because World War started and British government, they just made their own announcement that India is also a part of World War without discussing with Congress. So that's why Congress got really angry. They said, what kind of government are you running? You're not even listening to whether we are interested in joining with Britain or not. So hence, we cannot continue in power anymore. We are all resigning from the ministries. So they resigned in 1939. So in 1937, Congress ministries were formed in provinces. Okay. One of the most important manifesto which the Congress had contested elections. Before contesting elections, Congress released its manifesto. One main important point in the manifesto was we will bring land reforms. So this was the manifesto which Congress promised to the people to get their votes. But once it came to power, undoubtedly Congress ministries, they all introduced land reform laws, land reform legislation. So do you know what is the meaning of land reforms? Anybody, do you not know about land reforms? Should I have to explain it to you? What is land reforms? Yes or no? Or can I just assume that all of you are aware of it, and can I just proceed further? Okay. So land reforms was a promise which was made by the Congress ministries. So they tried to bring in laws. Land reforms is basically to redistribute land. Okay. Redistribute excess lands. So one person will have 1,000 hectares. So why does a single person have to have 1,000 hectares? Because of zamindari system, which we have been following from the Lord Cornwallis time, 1794 till 1937. For all these years, 150 years of zamindari's rule, zamindari system, had led to a large amount of concentration of land holdings. So you take 99% of the people, 99% of farmers in India, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, they will have not more than 1% of the land, whereas 1% of the rich landlords and zamindars will have ownership over 99% of the land. The reason for this kind of a transition was because of zamindari settlement. Okay, so this is one method of land revenue settlement. Because of that, within 150 years, land holdings got concentrated into few people's hands. Congress decided that this is the first problem that has to be solved. So we have to take land from all the big landlords, and we have to give it to all the people who don't have lands. So they came up with this land reform legislations. It was introduced in various states, and particularly the land reforms were not successfully passed in a few states. If you look at those states like UP, where the land reforms were not successfully passed, you take the case of Madras, where land reforms were not successfully passed. If you look at the reason why land reforms had failed in these states, the reason for that is because in these states you had what is called as the second chamber. In the provincial levels also, you have a state legislative assembly today. In some states you have legislative assembly. In Tamil Nadu you have only legislative assembly. If you go to Andhra Pradesh, you'll have legislative assembly. Also, you'll have second house, which is called as legislative councils, right? So in Britishers' times also, some states they had the second chamber, which is called as legislative councils, which will have nominated members of all these rich zamindars, landlords. So they will be sending their nominees to the second house. So do you think those people will vote in favor of land reform laws? When a bill for the purpose of redistributing excess land landholding, if it is introduced in the first house, yes, first house is directly elected by the people. So a bill is successfully passed. It goes to the second house. Second house, you have agents of zamindar sitting there in the second house. Do you think they will be voting in favor of such land reforms? They will not. They voted against such land reforms, and that is why land reforms did not pass through. So this was the bitter experience, both under 1919 Act as well as under 1935 Act. Congress government had learnt its lesson. It learned that we should not have two houses. Okay, we should have only one house which is popularly elected, and let that single house decide what is good and what is bad for the country. So this was the argument in favor of a single unicameral legislature in the post-independent India. This was the argument in favor of it. But at the same time, there were also voices which were in favor of bicameral legislatures. So what is in favor of Rajya Sabha? Tell me what could be the argument in favor of Rajya Sabha? Because what were the arguments in favor of Rajya Sabha? So the first reason is they did not want an unelected body which does not enjoy popular support. That should not play the role of an obstructionist body. Okay, it should not be a speed breaker to the progressive laws which are made by the first house. So hence, let us not have a second chamber. That was the argument in favor of only one unicameral legislature. Yes, to reconsider the decisions once taken. That's correct. Many times the first house is a majoritarian house. If you get the majority of voters' votes, you will win the elections and you will be filled with such kind of people. Legislature will be completely dominated by BJP if they can manage to get 35% of the votes which are polled in the elections. Okay, each constituency, if they are able to get 35% of the votes, probably they can even capture the entire legislature. So if that is the case, there is a very, very high possibility that this body will start becoming discriminatory on the minorities' interests. Okay, so very high possibility that the policies, the laws that are made in the parliament is going to discriminate the minorities. The case of citizenship amendment bill. These kind of bills are introduced, if that is passed in a single house, there should be some other house, there should be one more body which should be devoid of this majoritarian tendencies. This majoritarianism should not be the yardstick in sending members to this house. It should be filled on a different basis, and that house which need not which is not elected on the same basis, this house will exercise, it will revise the decisions. It will act as a check and balance on the majoritarian tendencies of the first chamber. Okay, a revisory chamber. It can revise the laws made by the first chamber because the first chamber is populist in nature. Populism means you have to satisfy the majority of the people. Once you're able to do that, the first house's purpose is solved. So that is why we need to have a second chamber. It can revise the laws which are made by the first house. So this was one argument in favor of why we should have a Rajya Sabha, we should have a second chamber. Okay. Another argument was we are going to have a setup where we are going to have a constitution and we are going to have center as well as we are going to have various states. Okay. Today, the constitution says that constitution says that states will have these powers. What powers? Powers given in 7th schedule. The power to make laws, the power to enforce actions on all the functions which are given in 7th schedule. Today, the constitution says that states will have control over those areas. But what is the guarantee that tomorrow, once Jawaharlal Nehru dies, what is the guarantee that states will be allowed to retain the same powers? What if the next government comes, they erase and they rewrite the constitution completely, they take away all the powers of the states and bring it to the hands of the center? Yes, is it a possibility or not? Is it a possibility or not? Very much possible that the constitutional setup which gives powers to the states, the setup itself can be violated by means of a constitutional amendment in the future. So that is why you have to protect the interest of the states. You have to protect the existence of the federal interest of the states. So how do you do that? You ensure that the constitution amendment process is made very difficult. It should not be an easy process. It should be made very difficult. And the Rajya Sabha should protect the interest of states. Protecting the interest of states was another role which was given to Rajya second chamber. So where does the threat to the interest of states come from? The threat comes from the center's potential to make changes to the constitution to damage the federal setup, to damage the federal structure. So that is why Rajya Sabha should act as a check on Lok Sabha's power to amend the constitution. So Rajya Sabha has a great role to play when it comes to amending certain parts of constitution. Okay, so this is also another new role that was kept in mind for the second chamber. One is it will revise the decisions of the first house. It can act as a check against the populist tendencies in the first house. The other role that was designed for Rajya Sabha is to act as the guardian of interest of the states. Okay, so if you remember these 3 points, it is good enough. These were the reasons why we went for a bicameral legislature. We did not go for a unicameral legislature, and we went for 2 houses because of these reasons. Okay. So Parliament comprises of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and President. So what is the composition of these houses? That's another important area that we have to observe. Article 80 talks about composition of Rajya Sabha. Article 81 talks about composition of Lok Sabha. The constitution says that Rajya Sabha will have a total of 250 seats. Out of 250, 238 are to be filled from states and UTs. The other 12 members They are elected members. A different type of election. It's not a direct election. Direct election is used only in the case of Lok Sabha. Direct election is used only in the case of Lok Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, we use a different kind of an election. I'll just come to that once I discuss about the composition. And the remaining 12 members are going to be nominated by President of India, because there can be certain instances where Rajya Sabha might need some expert opinion. The case of Ranjan Gogoi, who was the former Chief Justice of India, he's a legal mind. He's a sharp person in legal matters. So the president might think that, okay, looking at all the Rajya Sabha members, I don't feel anybody is having a good knowledge of law. So let me bring in one person who is an expert in law and let him also be there, so that if any matters come, if it is a question of law, then this person's opinion can be really of good value. So let me bring in Ranjan Gogoi, who was the former Chief Justice of India, who was a specialist, who has a specialized expertise in legal matters. Similarly, let me bring in Sachin Tendulkar. Maybe there might be his own opinion, his own experience in sports can be of considerable value in Rajya Sabha. So hence, let me also bring Sachin Tendulkar. So that is also another reason. So Constitution provides scope for President to nominate 12 members who are experts in different fields. Okay. Composition of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. What is the membership of Lok Sabha? Anybody? What is given in Article 80? It says Lok Sabha will have a total of 530 and 20. Okay, 550. This is what is given in Article 81 of the Constitution. Out of 550, all these members are directly elected. Lok Sabha will have 550 members totally, 530 members to be directly elected from the states, 20 members to be directly elected from union territories. I mean, not 20, not more than 20, not more than 530. Okay, so this is what the Constitution says. So, but right now, the population in all the union territories put together, it's not so high that we actually require to send 20 members. The population is not that high in UTs. So right now we have only 13 MPs. Population is lesser. So maybe once the union territories population increases, then we can have one more 14, 15, 16, up to 20. But for states, it's completely full. All 530 members are from different states. So we have a total of 543 members. This is what is called as a membership of Lok Sabha. Okay, all directly elected. Here, 12 members are nominated, whereas 238 members are indirectly elected. So, can I just move on? Or is there anything for you to write here? Can I just move on? So, is this number correct? 543? So, what if I ask you a question, the membership of 17th Lok Sabha? Right now, we are having the 17th Lok Sabha. 17th Lok Sabha's tenure is from 2019 to 2024, right? What is the membership of 17th Lok Sabha? What is the answer for that? Anybody? What is the membership of 17th Lok Sabha? It was 545. Two nominated members are not there anymore. Yes, those two members are there right now. Right now they are there. They will be a member of 17th Lok Sabha. From 18th Lok Sabha onwards, the two nominated members will no longer be a member of Lok Sabha. Okay, but the membership as given in Article 81 is only 550, not more than that. So where are those two members coming from? That is because of Article 331. Article 331 of the Constitution, it provides that there will be two members from Anglo-Indian community. These are temporary provisions. When you read temporary, so there are special provisions in the Constitution, there are temporary provisions in the Constitution. Temporary provisions were supposed to be temporary in nature. They will cease to exist. temporary provisions was kept in the constitution with the assumption that after 10 years, after constitution comes into effect, after 10 years, those temporary provisions will come to an end. After that, those provisions will not continue. So, is there anybody who has an idea about what are those temporary provisions in the constitution? Any idea? What are those temporary provisions? Have you heard of this word temporary provisions? Yes or no? No. Planning commission, no. Temporary provisions, the provision on Jammu Kashmir, that was considered to be a temporary provision. The provision on nomination of Anglo-Indian members to Lok Sabha by the president, it was supposed to be a temporary provision. It was supposed to end after 10 years. The provision of reservations for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe to Lok Sabha, to state legislative assemblies. Do you know that out of these 550 members, around 20% of the seats altogether is reserved for SCs and STs? Only scheduled caste and scheduled tribe members can contest for those seats. There is a provision like this. Okay, so this reservation of certain seats in Lok Sabha as well as seats in state legislatures in favor of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community, that was again a temporary provision. It was only supposed to continue until 1960. After 1960, it was no longer considered to continue after that. But even today, till today, it is continuing. Because after 1960, one more constitutional amendment was made. So, are you aware of it or not? I have asked a question and I have not got a reply for that. Do you know that there is something like this, something called as a temporary provision in the Constitution? No. Okay. Let me show you the Constitution itself so that you can get an idea about it. (331), 332. Sorry, these are special provisions. Sorry. Okay. These are not temporary provisions, these are special provisions. Temporary provision is actually the provision on Jammu Kashmir alone. These are called as special provisions, and even these provisions were supposed to end after 10 years. So if you look at it, reservations for SCs and STs in the House of People, okay, Article 330. 331, representation of Anglo-Indian community in the House of the People. Notwithstanding anything in Article 81, the President may, if he is of the opinion, so if the President feels that there is not even a single member of Anglo-Indian community in Lok Sabha, if he looks at the members, no Anglo-Indian is there, so then who will take care of their interest? So let me nominate 2 members. This power is given in Article 331 in the hands of the President. But this is only, see, substituted by the Constitution, 51st Amendment, 70, what is this? Okay, just a minute. So, I'll just tell you the logic here. There are certain provisions in the Constitution itself. These are special provisions, so not temporary. But they also have a time limit. The time limit is only for a period of 10 years. It was supposed to continue. The thought process was that it will continue for a period of 10 years. So it was continuously, it was, since it's a part of the constitution itself, constitutional amendments were made so as to extend this 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, it was going on extending. So from 1950 to 1960, this was the period for which this reservation for Anglo-Indians, reservation for SC and ST in Lok Sabha, this was only designed up to this period. So then in 1960, once again they looked at the condition of SCs and STs and Anglo-Indians. They felt that no, still they have to be protected, still they have to be given some kind of a protection from us. They have not yet developed. So for SCs and STs, it is a question of development. Nobody has developed there. For Anglo-Indians, it's a question of fear. Because when Britishers left India, there was a lot of anger against the Britishers. So there was a lot of concern that the entire anger might turn against the Anglo-Indians. So they had to be protected here. So this is a protective provision kept in the constitution so as to protect the Anglo-Indians. Okay. For 10 years, you don't have to fight elections, because if an Anglo-Indian contests election, he is not going to win. People will vote against him and he'll always lose. So if that is the case, an Anglo-Indian can never become a member of Lok Sabha, because the anger against Britishers was so high at that point of time. So this kind of a provision was kept. And once again, this provision was amended. It was continued for a further period of 10 years, 60 to 70. Again, an amendment was done, so 70 to 80. Like this, they were continuing it up to 2020. But in 2020, in the recent constitutional amendment bill, I'll just tell you the number of it also. I don't remember the amendment bill number. Let me bring it, show it to you. Yes. Right. Look at Article 334 of the Constitution. Reservation of seats and special representation to cease after. Look at this footnote 9. The footnote 9, substituted by Constitution 95th Amendment Act in 2009 for 60 years. Because earlier it was mentioned here 10 years. Okay. In the original Constitution, it was mentioned here reservation of seat and special representation to cease after 10 years. And then in 1960, they brought in an amendment here. Sorry, 1959, they would have brought an amendment, would have changed it to 20 years. Then in 69, they would have brought an amendment, changed it to 30 years. So they're extending it for 10 more years. And in 2020, 70 years is already over, correct? So what has actually happened is, Constitution has made an amendment. Once again, they have made an amendment to this Article 334, not 332. Article 334, they have made an amendment. And what is the amendment? For SCs and STs, the reservation is going to continue. Okay, so this has been extended to 80 years. That is what has actually happened with respect to SCs and STs. But the word Anglo-Indian, the representation of Anglo-Indian in the House of People and in the legislative assemblies of the state, so this is actually removed. So here, so it means that Anglo-Indians no longer come into this category of having an extended reservation for up to the 80th year. Okay, so this is what has been done in 2019. So because of that, the next Lok Sabha is not going to have 2 nominated members from the Anglo-Indian community. But since they have already got nominated, the present members shall continue up to the end of the tenure of present Lok Sabha. But from the next Lok Sabha onwards, they will not have any more Anglo-Indian members nominated to both parliament as well as to state legislative assemblies. So, do you know what is the membership of Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly? Anybody? Do you know what is the membership of Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly? Membership of Lok Sabha. So that is 550. Okay, as sorry, 543 as given in Article 81. So what is the membership of Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly? It's 234. That's correct. But the size is actually 235. It also has one Anglo-Indian member also. So she is actually nominated on this basis. Anglo-Indian House of People and the legislative assemblies of states by nomination. We also have one more Anglo-Indian member in Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly also. So remember that they were earlier nominated to both parliament as well as to legislative assemblies. Here legislative assemblies, they are nominated by the governor of the state. In parliament, they are nominated by the president. It is all done as per Article 331 and 334. 331 says that president shall give nomination of 2 members. 334 talks about the duration. Up to how many years will this actually continue? So Article 334 has extended this protection for both SCs and STs as well as Anglo-Indians. Article 334 had extended it up to 70 years after independence. Okay, so 70 years from the date in which the constitution has come into effect. Constitution came into effect 26 January 1950. So up to 70 years means 26 January 2020. Up to that, Anglo-Indians were given protection, but now an amendment has been made. So SCs and STs will continue to get protection even for next 10 years also. Anglo-Indians no longer are going to be nominated. Okay, so this is as per which Constitution Amendment Act? This is the bill, pros tenure. Okay, so you just find it out. If a question comes in the examination, just find out what is the number of this Constitution Amendment Act, whether it is 110th or 115th. I just don't remember. Constitution Amendment Act. It is 104th Constitution Amendment Act. Okay, so it is because of this Constitutional Amendment Act, the protection given to SCs and STs is no longer given to Anglo-Indians when it comes to getting nominated to parliament and state legislative assemblies. So just know this much. Okay. All right. So we were actually discussing about membership. Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, you have nominated members right now only in Rajya Sabha. So from the next Lok Sabha onwards, you will not have nominated members in Lok Sabha. You have nominated members only in Rajya Sabha, not in Lok Sabha. From the next Lok Sabha onwards, that is what is going to happen. Okay. And how are the elections going to be held? We have 2 different methods of elections that we'll have to be aware of. Okay, 2 different electoral methods. One method is what is called as, so as I said, Lok Sabha, the election is going to be direct elections on the basis of universal adult franchise. So it means that anybody who's an adult will go and exercise his vote. Okay, there is no limitation on religion, on grounds of religion or caste or race or gender, no differentiation, universal. Everybody who's an adult will have the power of voting in elections to Lok Sabha. So direct elections, people will directly contest, people will directly vote in elections in Lok Sabha. So let's find out how this method of election works. In Lok Sabha elections, we have a method, what is called as first past the post system. Okay, what is this system? We'll just try to understand. It's a very simple system. I'm sure all of you know about it. For the purpose of elections, in Lok Sabha, you have a total of how many seats? You have 530 seats from the states, and you have 13 seats from union territories. All these seats are directly elected. So what you have to do now, you have to break entire India this entire India has to be now broken into 530 parts. Okay, you have to break India into, sorry, total of 543 parts. So 530 parts have to come from different states. So you have UP here and you have Tamil Nadu here. Okay, this is UP, this is Tamil Nadu. So how are you going to distribute these 530 seats? Can we say I'll give 100 seats to Tamil Nadu, 30 seats to UP? Can we give it this way? Yes. Can we just break India into this manner? Tamil Nadu state will have 100 parts, UP will have 30 parts. No, because there has to be some common sense. There has to be some criteria on the basis of which seats are distributed between states. They are distributed on the basis of population. So depending upon the proportion of population, that many number of seats are distributed across the states. So if Tamil Nadu has a population of 7 crore and UP has a population of 20 crores, this is the actual numbers of population. If Tamil Nadu has 39 seats in Lok Sabha, how much should UP have technically? If Tamil Nadu has 7 crore population, it has 39 seats. What should be the total number of seats that UP should actually have? 117, of course, 3 times at least. But does the UP actually have? In reality, what is the present size of, how many seats are actually given to UP today? It's only 80 seats. Right? This is actually not correct. But this was not the system how it was supposed to be. Okay, Constitution says that depending upon depending upon the proportion of the population, you should actually grant that many seats. So ideally speaking, we should have granted at least some 117 seats to UP. Okay, but we are not doing it because of certain reason. I'll tell you what it is. But as per the Constitution, the criteria for deciding seat allocation to different states is population. So let's say in 1950, if Tamil Nadu had 3 crores as the population, UP had 6 crore as population. If Tamil Nadu had 30 seats, UP will have 60 seats. This was the logic with which the system had actually started. First Lok Sabha in 1952. See, the Constitution came into effect in 1950. Once the Constitution came into effect, then elections were held. Elections were held from 1951 October to 1952 February. Over that period, elections were held for. You have now come up with a Constitution. You have said that there will be a Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, state assemblies, and everything. The first elections were held. And what was the size of the first Lok Sabha? The first Lok Sabha size was 489. What is the size of Lok Sabha today? It is 543. Okay. So you can see that the size of the Lok Sabha has kept on increasing. It has kept on increasing up to 543. All right. So when we started this system first, the population principle was properly followed. If a state has only half the population of the adjacent neighboring state, it will only have half of the seats in Lok Sabha. That was how the system actually started. It was working well. There was no problem in this system. So until up to what year was this system working well? Up to 1976. I'll tell you. Okay, I don't remember the exact years and all, but let's just assume third Lok Sabha. It just went on. Okay, went on up to 1976, 1977 emergency. 77 only that Lok Sabha got dissolved. Then a new Lok Sabha was constituted. So first Lok Sabha, its size was 489. Second and third Lok Sabha, the size was 494. Fourth and fifth Lok Sabha, the size was increased around 505 or 506. I don't remember the exact numbers. The numbers are not important, but just try to understand what I'm trying to say. So, why is this adjustment done? There is an increase, as you can say, 5 seats, around 11, 12 seats have increased, right? Yes. How is this increase? Why is this increasing? It's because population of the country increases. Yes. Population of the entire country increases, so you have to also increase the total number of seats in Lok Sabha. Okay. That is why it was done. All right. So when this increase was all done, the population principle was properly followed. So, but this population increase principle was followed properly until 1976. After that, it was not followed. I'll tell you why. Let's say from 1952, Tamil Nadu had a population of 3 crores. Okay. And Tamil Nadu had a total seat of 30 seats. All right. Okay. UP had a population of, let's say, 6 crores. And it had a population of 60 seats. Very logical. Population principle not violated. When you look at the next Lok Sabha, maybe second and third Lok Sabha, so let it be 1962 at this point of time. Let's look at the population growth. Tamil Nadu, this is all hypothetical examples, the numbers I'm just randomly giving, just to make you understand. Let's say in 1962, Tamil Nadu's population increased by 4 to 4 crores. So now it will have 40 seats. Whereas UP's population, it increased 12 crores. Okay. So let's say now UP is having around 120 seats. So do you find the population principle is actually followed even here also? Yes. Because UP has a population of into 3 times, so it also has a into 3 times the number of seats. Population principle is followed. 1972, you look at that, Tamil Nadu's population is 5 crores. So let's say Tamil Nadu has total of 50 seats. UP's population is now 200 crores. And how much seats will UP have? 200 seats. Population principle is properly followed. If this is going to go on like this, what is going to happen? In the entire Lok Sabha, when you started with Lok Sabha in 1952, when you started Lok Sabha, these many seats were occupied by North Indian states, these many seats were occupied by South Indian states. But in 1976, when you look at the Lok Sabha, because the population of South Indian states were not increasing greatly, so hence their seat share was also not increasing greatly, whereas North Indian population was actually. So these many seats now are occupied by North Indian states, whereas only a few seats are occupied by South Indian states, because their population growth was not on equal terms as that of North Indian states. If the rate of growth of population was equal in North India as well as South India, then the same proportion would have been maintained. But the rate of growth was unequal. North Indian states were producing more and more children. Because of more and more population, more number of seats were allotted to North Indian states like UP, Bihar, Rajasthan. Those states were actually getting a large share of seats in Lok Sabha. So if this continues to go on, then definitely there is a very possibility that South Indian states will lose their voice completely in Lok Sabha comparing to the North Indian states. And moreover, the entire vote bank of Congress was in South India. Okay. So hence Congress decided that we should not allow this situation to go on. So hence what did Indira Gandhi government do? They brought in a provision in the constitution. They said that from 1976 onwards, for a period of 25 years, up to 2000, we are not going to increase the size of Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha seats is going to be fixed at 543. So the figure that we have of 543 MPs today is actually the figure that was reached in 1976 itself. If we would have allowed it to keep on increasing, probably today we will have around 1000 seats in Lok Sabha. Because the size of Lok Sabha in 1950 was 489 in 1952. The population of India after independence was 500 million. Today the population is 1 billion. So ideally, if the normal growth would have been allowed to continue, today the size of Lok Sabha should have been around 1000 members. right? But the 543 number was actually reached in 1976 itself, and we are just continuing with the same number here. So we are not going for any increase in the number of seats to any of the states from 1976 onwards. It froze it up to 2000. Okay, then once again in 2000, again another constitutional amendment was made. It was frozen for another period of 25 years, 2025. So any changes to the size of Lok Sabha as of now can be made after 2025. After 2025, once again, looking at the population, if the government feels that no, still the North Indian states are not controlling their population, still the population of South Indian states is keeping on decreasing. So there is a very possibility that South will lose its entire voice. If that is the case, this government will decide no, the freeze is going to continue for another 25 more years. That is also a possibility. Okay. So I think you have not understood whatever I have told you now. Is it so? Yes. So you have not understood, correct? Purilia. Okay. We will also have a look at the constitutional provision. Once you look at the constitutional provision, then things will become clear for you. Yes, first past the post, I'm just coming to that. First, so let's understand. I'll just show you a part of constitution. Please just listen to these provisions here. 81, composition of House of People. So what does it say? Not more than 530 members, not more than 20 members. Okay. Clause 2, for the purpose of subclause A of clause 1, and lot of things are said in clause 2. I'll explain to you what is actually given in clause 2. There shall be allotted to each state a number of seats in the House of People in such manner that the ratio between the number and the population of the state is so far as practical the same for all the states. So what does it actually mean? It means that you give a state certain number of seats. It should be in proportion to what, in proportion to the number of seats that you give to some other states. So what it tries to say is population. On the basis of population, you divide seats across the states. So if a state has 10 million population, another state has 20 million population, the state that has 20 million population should actually get twice the number of seats as the state. That is what is actually given here. Nothing more than that. Okay, so first clause A is about how do you divide the total number of seats in Lok Sabha. How are you going to divide between the states? It is on the basis of population. What does clause B says? Each state shall be divided into constituencies in such manner that the ratio between the population and all that is fine. So what it actually says is, so I hope you understand why UP has more seats, why Tamil Nadu has less seats. Yes, population is the reason. And within Tamil Nadu, how are you going to do it? So inside Tamil Nadu, can I say that there will be one constituency called as Ramanathapuram? Okay, Ramanathapuram constituency. So it will have so how are you going to divide this 39 seats? How are you going to divide it here? Again, that is also on the basis of population. Each and every constituency that you create here, the 39 parts, okay, A, B, C, all these constituencies should have same population. That is what is actually given here. Nothing more than that. So it places importance that the criteria for dividing India into small constituencies, that is done on the basis of population, equality of population. That's all. That is the logic. Between states, when you distribute seats, that should also be done on the basis of population. Within a state, when you break the state into various constituencies, that should also be done on the basis of population. That is what is given in such a complicated legal language there. Okay. So, yes. In this article, The expression population means the population as ascertained at the last preceding census of which the relevant figures have been published. All right. Yes. Provided that the reference in this clause to the last preceding census of which until the relevant census have been published shall be construed for the purpose of clause A of clause 2 and the provisor to the clause as a reference to the 1971 census. What it means is that, what it says is, you should what it says is that the census figures that you actually take for dividing seats between the states, it should be based on 1971 census. Okay, there is it. Yes, let me just tell you what it is. UP and Tamil Nadu, how many seats they should have? 39 and 80. Why 39 and 80? 2011 census, population of Tamil Nadu is 7 crore, whereas 2011 census, the population of UP is 20 crore. Going by 2011 census, we should have given 39 seats here and 117 seats here, but that is not happening because we are not following 2011 census. We are only following 1971 census. In 1971 census, the population between these two states is in this proportion only. Okay, that is what is given here. When it comes to dividing seats between states, you should take into consideration the population as per the census of 1971. Is it clear? Please respond, is it clear, so that I can go forward. Okay, we are not following the recent census. For the purpose of dividing seats between the states, we are following the 1971 census. Next, what is given is, yes, for the purpose of subclause B of clause 2 as a reference to 2001 census. What is subclause B of clause 2? Yes, this is subclause B. This is clause 2, this is subclause B. Each state shall be divided into this. So what it says is, if you want to allot constituencies to different states, Tamil Nadu will have 39 seats, and on what basis of population are you going to allot, are you going to demarcate constituencies? It is on the basis of 2001 census, not on 2011 census, not on 1971 census. 2001 census, you will have to find out what is the population. Based on that population, you should create constituencies. Because if you, for example, if you take 2011 census, it might so happen that half of the people here and half of the people here, they have migrated to Chennai. Okay, if that is the case, today, if this would have been the case, and if 2011 census would have been taken into consideration, these two constituencies should have been merged into a single constituency. Whereas this constituency, this is for example, wherever these people have migrated, that one constituency should now be broken into two constituencies. Because let's say here the population as of now, they are only 10 lakh. Whereas the population, because 10 lakh people from this place, they have migrated here. Okay, ideally, as per 2001 census, let's say 20 lakh people will be represented as by one MP. If that was the logic in 2000, let me explain it again. 2001 census figures, 2011 census figures. In 2001 census, let's take the case of various constituencies. Let's say the logic here is one MP will represent 10 lakh people. Okay, so this is constituency 1, this is constituency 2, this is constituency 3. So every constituency has a population of 10 lakh as per 2001 census. But in this time period of 10 years, what has actually happened is 5 lakh from here and 5 lakh from here, they have migrated here. So this population of this constituency has increased to 20 lakh. Whereas the population of these two constituencies combined together is only now 10 lakhs. So ideally speaking, if we would have followed the latest census, these two constituencies should be merged together and this constituency should be broken into two. This is how we should have had if we would have followed the recent census, 2011 census. But we are following the 2001 census only. And in the span of 20 years, a lot of migrations have all happened. So that is why in some, you find that we don't have equality of people represented in constituencies. That's why, because readjustment has not happened, we still have constituencies in India where you have only 7 lakh people participating in MP elections. In some constituencies, we have 25 lakh people participating as registered voters in elections. Ideally speaking, the constitution says, that is Article 82. I'm just coming to that. Article 82 says that after each census, you have to make a readjustment. 2 types of readjustments have to be made. Okay. The total number of seats after each census will increase in Lok Sabha. So whichever states have seen an increase in population, those the seats allotted to those states should also see an increase. And even within the state, constituency wise also, you have to make corrections and changes after each and every census. That is what is given in the constitution. But all that was followed perfectly fine until 1976. But because this problem happened, because of dominance of North over the South, that is why all these things are put on hold. So right now, in reality, we don't have equality of people being represented by one MP. Okay, each one MP will represent different number of people. Ideally, that should not be the case. In a democracy, each representative should be representing equal number of people. Correct? That is what is called as equality of people. So does it mean that these are inferior people? That is why many of them can be represented by one MP. These are superior people. That is why they have to have even 7 lakh people are represented by one MP. Does it mean that they are superior and these are inferior? Yes, it's actually a distortion of democratic principles. But just because we have no other option, otherwise there is another fear which will come. Another fear is South being dominated by voices from North. That is why this has all been put on a hold until from 1976 till 2025. This is on hold. Nothing is going to change. But 2 things you will have to just know it for the purpose of exam. Just for remembering in the exam, you have to know this difference. See, there are 2 changes after each and every census. Census happens from 1951, 61, 71, 81, 91, 1, 11, 21, 31. So all these years, these are census years. What Article 82 says is, once the census operation is over, Parliament has to create a law. And what is the purpose of this law? The purpose of the law is 2 objectives. One is to, one is to increase the seats in Lok Sabha. Okay. Next is adjusting the constituencies. So census operation is a very big operation. Happens all over India. Government officials will go and visit each and every individual home. They will take an account of estimates of how many people are there in the home, how many of them have migrated to where they have migrated. Entire process will take some 2 or 3 years to get completed. So that is why first Lok Sabha from 1952 to 57, this had a strength of 489. So census report was tabled in 1954. Once census is over, Parliament made a law. The name of the act made by the Parliament is what is called as Delimitation Commission Act. Commission Act, probably 1954 or 56, I don't remember the year, not necessary. You should know that Parliament makes an act which is called as Delimitation Commission Act after the census is over. It's only when you have the recent updated figures of population, after that Parliament will make a law, Delimitation Commission Act. The purpose of delimitation is to increase the number of seats. So from 489, that is why in second Lok Sabha, the size of Lok Sabha got increased to 494. 5 seats have increased. Probably UP would have got 2 seats, Bihar would have got 1 seat, and Rajasthan would have got 1 seat. Maybe some other state might have got 1 seat. Okay. So the purpose of delimitation is to do these things. Increase the size of Lok Sabha, and whichever states have seen an increase in population, you have to give them more seats. Whichever states have seen a decrease in population, you have to take away seats from those states. And there might have been migrations happening within constituencies inside the state. So you have to go and readjust the size of constituencies also. So this was a process which was properly going on until 1976. But after 76, there was a block. After that, both the process stopped, nothing happened, and in 2001, they just did this readjustment alone without increasing the size of Lok Sabha. Size of Lok Sabha, whatever was frozen is frozen up to 2026. But in 2001, what had happened is, because okay, we are not increasing the size of the Lok Sabha, we are not giving more seats to any states, but within the states, there is too much of confusion. There are some constituencies where only 2 lakh people are there and they are represented by one MP. Some areas where 20 lakh people are there. So completely it's wrong, because within a period of 25 years, so many people have migrated within the states. Okay, within the states, they have migrated from one constituency to another. So hence there was an urgent need for readjustment. So in 2001, only this readjustment of constituency within the states was done without affecting the total number of seats. And it is that that readjustment which continues to exist up to 2026. Until 2026, it is this readjustment which is going to be followed. That is what is given in all these words in the Constitution. When you go through all these words, based on which census, all these things, okay, this is the idea which is given here. So do you understand? Are we clear? Are you really clear, or do you feel like as if it is clear? Please ask yourself honestly, is it really clear? So can I say that the principle of equality of representation is violated today because of the 1976 amendment? Yes or no? See, this is just common sense. Okay, basically population changes. So whichever states increases their population, you have to give them more seats. And within the state, people keep on moving from one place to the other. So you have to change the size of constituency so as to make sure equal number of people are represented by one MP. That is a normal process. This is how a democracy has to work. But from 76, the process had come to a halt. And because of amendments which were introduced in the constitution, they had frozen this up to 2026. Okay, so that is the reason. But just because there is too much of disparity between the constituencies within the same state, that is why in 2001, after the 2001 census, one round of readjustment was done within the states itself. So as to make the size of each constituency on par with each other. And that figure, that readjustment is being followed until 2026. Okay. Okay, let's take a break. We'll take a break for 3-4 minutes. Okay, 3-4 minutes, and we'll continue. Then we'll start again, and we'll start from we'll go up to 4:30. At 4:30, I'll give you a long break. Okay, sir, one question. Seats in Lok Sabha frozen on the basis of 1971 census, and the constituency delimitation frozen on the basis of 2001 census. Right? Exactly. You got it correct. Right. கொஞ்சம் கேமரா இப்படி திருப்புங்க. So any other doubts, friends? Or are you really understanding it? Some 4-5 of you have responded yes. But what about others? Is there a problem? Are you not able to understand it? Is there any issues? If you have an issue, please type it. Sir, I did not understand. Sir, is there any relation with population control measures? No, no, no. See, why was it? Why? See, South Indian states in 1970, 76, they cried to Indira Gandhi, ma'am, what is this? We are taking population control measures. We are taking good governance initiatives. By having limited population growth, we are consuming less. Whereas these states are not doing those kind of positive measures. And now you are saying that our seats are also getting reduced. So that is completely unfair. So you have to, it's like punishing states which have taken good measures. We have good leaders, so we thought very futuristic. We thought on a sustainable basis we have to procreate. So based on that, we have adopted family planning techniques, and you are punishing us, whereas those states who did not care about family planning and all, now they are getting rewarded. What kind of system is this? Then Indira Gandhi thought that, oh yes, they also have a point, so we should not punish them. And so hence that is why the freeze on seats was actually introduced. It was not done to to promote family planning. It was just done because some states are now getting adversely affected because they have taken family planning initiatives. Okay, so then Indira Gandhi said that she gave a direction to the North Indian states that, see, there is no use in having more and more children anymore. Even if you have more population, the number of seats in Lok Sabha is not going to increase. So better you start taking policies, you start bringing up policies so as to control your population. There is nothing you're going to gain. Even Lok Sabha seats also will not, you're not going to gain by having uncontrolled population growth. So better you start doing family planning methods. That is the idea. Delimitation commission is only for demarcation of constituencies. Is it not for allocating seats to states? It is for both purpose. That's what I said. It is for both the purpose. Yes, you are correct. SIAAD 20669697. You are correct. Your understanding is right. When would be the ideal situation to not freeze the seats as per 1971 census? Sir, is there any criteria? The criteria is when now the North Indian states population growth falls down. Okay, when it comes down, so that there is a parity that is maintained between north and south as per the ratio, as per the present situation. If the ratio is going to continue between north and south, that would be the time when this freeze can be relaxed. Until then, the freeze has to continue. Is there any chance and provision for readjusting the constituencies? It depends. It depends upon who is in power. It depends upon vote bank politics. So many things are there. So it is up to the lawmakers. Just go through this Article 82. Go through this. The new parliament being constructed denotes in 2021 the free frozen seats could be increased. Possible, yes. That is also one of the opinion which is brought in the newspapers recently. The reason why they are constructing a bigger size Lok Sabha is to allow for increase in the number of seats. That's one of the interpretation. But if you look at the number of seats, it's 888. What is it? 888? It is 543 members of Lok Sabha plus 245 members of Rajya Sabha. You add these two seats together, you get 888 seats. So that is the size of a joint sitting of parliament. So that is also one other interpretation. So the government says no, that is for joint sitting. It is not to increase the size of Lok Sabha. That is government statement. But another claim is that you're building a larger Lok Sabha so as to increase the number of seats. So you're going to remove that freeze. So that is the other accusation that is actually put. We have to wait until 2026 to know what is the truth. Sir, is there a time limit for abolishing the complete reservation system? Well, it's 80 years now. So as per Article 334, see if you're talking about reservation system in assemblies and Lok Sabha, in legislatures, it is for a period of 80 years. But there is no such time limit for abolition of reservation for government employment posts. There is no time limit. It is based on the development levels of different sections of the society. So maybe another 100 years might require for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. Not even 100, it might even take more than that. Scheduled tribes completely isolated, and they are in even inferior positions. So for them to develop, it will take at least 100 years. But within that 100 years, general category OBCs, they would have gone somewhere higher, even higher, and hence again they have to be given affirmative actions. So I don't think reservations should end. I don't even think reservations can end also. Okay. So there is no deadline or time limit for abolishing the reservation system. It will continue. It will continue as long as democracy lives. There will always be affirmative action. So okay, just go through this article. Whatever I have taught in the class is what is actually given in Article 82. Please go through it whenever you have time. So as I said, for the purpose of Lok Sabha elections, the entire country is broken into 543 parts. So we will take one part out of that, Anna Nagar West. Okay, so this is one constituency. How is the election held? It is based on first past the post system. What does it mean? This is the ballot paper. Symbol, name of the candidate. So all symbols will be there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Name of the candidates are there. This candidate gets 30% vote. This person gets 25%, 15%. So how much is it? 55, 65, 70. Okay. Five, 10, 40, 55. Nota gets 45% of the total votes polled. So who is the winner here? Sir, can we give this opinion on SC/ST development in interview when questioned? Which opinion? You mean to say my opinion, which I have given now? Yes, that is the correct opinion. That is the correct understanding of reservations and affirmative actions. Yes, candidate number 1 is declared as the winner in spite of Nota getting the highest amount of votes. Okay. What is the reason for this? Nothing. Nota is a recent introduction into this electoral system. It has been just kept in so as to give a impression. It is to teach them all a lesson that voters don't like you. That's all. It has only a symbolic value, nothing more than that. So this candidate is now declared as the winner. So can I say that the first candidate enjoys the support of majority of the people in his constituency? Is it correct? Candidate 1 enjoys the support of majority of the people in his constituency. Is it correct statement? No. Yes, he only enjoys the support of 30% of the people of his constituency, not even 50%. Even among the voters, if he gets 50% of the votes, at least then we can say that he has a majority support of the voters. He is only chosen by 30% of the voters. So it means that 70% of the people do not like him. Correct? But the problem is the other candidates, more number of people don't like them. 85% people don't like them. 95% people don't like them. 97% people don't like them. 98% of the voters, they don't like this candidate. So you can say that this is a system in which the least disliked candidate is actually elected. Correct? Yes or no? In first past the post system, the least disliked candidate is the one who becomes the representative of the people. Is it correct or not? Yes. It is not even a system which allows way for most liked candidate. This is a system which is the worst systems among the systems that we actually have. But we have no other option. We have to just follow the system. Among the candidates, he is a serial killer, he is a murderer, he is a rapist, he is a child rapist. This guy is just a pickpocket. So he is better among the worst. So that is the logic here. Okay. So this is not a very healthy system of democracy, but we have no other option as of now. Unless Indians become 100% literate, we cannot go for any other system. We have to just follow the system because this is the easiest of the system. Any uneducated voter can look at the ballot paper, look at her favorite symbol and just cast her vote. Other systems require functional literacy. You have to know what is 1, what is 2, what is 3, to write some things. You have to read names. So all that has to be aware of. The voter has to have those skills. Only then other systems can be followed. But unless we have 100% literacy of all voters, until then we can only go with this system. So this is the problem with the first past the post system. Advantage is that it is very simple, cheap. Election wise also it is very cheap, very easy to vote and count and get over with it. And even for voters, it promotes democracy. Even an illiterate voter, she or he also feels encouraged to come to the polling booth and cast his or her vote. Other systems, they will not even step out of their homes because they know that they cannot do anything in that ballot paper, writing, they know. But this system, it encourages people to participate in this democratic process. Okay, there's one advantage with that, no doubt about that. So whoever gets the highest among the voters, he is declared as the winner. This person is elected to this constituency from Anna Nagar West. This is what is called as first past the post system. Okay. So, okay, this is the election. This is a method that is followed for Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies. For these two bodies, this is the system that we actually follow. What other system can we actually have? What about Rajya Sabha? Let's assume, and Rajya Sabha members, the elected members, 238 elected members, how are they going to be elected? It's a system of indirect election. Why do we say indirect elections? Here also you have election, but just that people will not be directly, they will not be participating in elections. Okay. Instead, people will participate through their representatives. So these 238 members are going to be elected by MLAs are representatives of the people. So it's people's representatives, the MLAs, who will participate in elections to Rajya Sabha. Okay. And let's take the case of Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly. 51% of the total seats, minimum 51% of the seats in Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly is by the ruling party, right? Let's say another 40% of the seats is by the main opposition party, DMK. The remaining 9%, let's say it is held by Congress. Okay. What will happen if we have first past the post system? Let's say for Tamil Nadu in Rajya Sabha, we have a total of 18 seats for Tamil Nadu. Okay. So for one seat, now an election is going to be held for this one particular seat. What will happen if we follow first past the post system? If we follow first past the post system, let's assume there are 6 candidates. 6 candidates are going to be there. Who is going to emerge as the winner here? If we follow first past the post system, and if it is the 234 MLAs of Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly who is going to participate in these elections, what is going to be the end result? All 18 seats, what is going to happen? This is for first seat. Similarly, we have a candidate list for second seat, for third seat, we have a list. Yes, all members will be ruling party members, because majority, whoever gets the majority, it is the ADMK candidate who will be able to get 51% of the votes. All the places, only ADMK candidate will get 51% of the votes, right? Is there any reason to even hold elections if this is going to be the case? We can just hand over 18 seats. Okay, you are the ruling party, take it, give me 18 members. We can just ask them like that. Yes, but that is why we don't follow the system of first past the post system. We follow a different kind of a setup. What is that? It's called as proportional representation by single transferable vote. Okay, so I'll just first explain to you what is the single transfer of votes. I'll explain to you what that is. So you think about the previous system, first past the post system. Okay, so and compare it with this system. In single transfer of votes, what is going to happen is symbol, name of the candidate, preferences. Symbol, this is lotus, this is that hand symbol of Congress, then DMK, ADMK, okay, maybe some other parties, VCK, PMK, some parties are there. Voters will come now, they will have the name of the candidates here. Voters will look at the list. So I say DMK is my most preferred party, but the second candidate is a PMK candidate. Lotus, BJP guy is the third preference, fourth preference, fifth preference, and sixth preference. Okay. Now the second voter takes his ballot paper. He will also have the same kind of a paper. This is voter 2. He will also give us preference, first preference, second preference, third preference, fourth preference, fifth preference, sixth preference. Let's say there are 234 voters, or let's say there are some 100 voters. Okay. Now what will happen is, once the elections are over, counting will happen. First round of counting. So you find that the DMK candidate has got 39 votes out of 100. ADMK candidate, he has got 21 votes. PMK candidate has got, I mean, when I say 39 votes, I'm saying 39 people have given first preference for DMK candidate. Okay, like this, there were 39 other people who have given first preference for DMK candidate. 21 people have given first preference for ADMK candidate. And this is 60, 10, 8, 2, 70, 80, 4, 3, 1. Okay. So let it be whatever it is. There can only be 100 here. Okay. So BJP, INC, whatever it is. 2 members have given first preference for INC candidate. 4 members have given first preference for this candidate. It just goes on. So this is the first result of the first round of counting. So we find that DMK candidate is the most preferred candidate as of now. Least preferred candidate is this Aam Aadmi Party candidate. Only one person has given his first preference for this guy. So what we have to do is we have to take the ballot paper of that one voter. Let's say voter number 54, he had given first preference for Aam Aadmi. You take out his ballot paper and you look at for whom has he given his second preference. When you look at it, the second preference is for DMK candidate. So what do? Is you remove him from the list. We don't want this least preferred voter anymore. He is eliminated from the race, and his preference is transferred to the second person. So he has given second preference for DMK candidate. What we do is we transfer that one vote is transferred here. So now it becomes 40. Now you look at the list who has the least number of votes. INC. You take those 2 ballot papers outside. You look at their second preferences. You transfer this vote. Gets transferred 1 to ADMK, 1 to DMK. So now third round of counting, 41, 22. Look at the next lowest, this candidate. Take out their ballot papers. Keep on transferring votes at least until one person crosses this 51%. 51% means 50%. It means that majority of the voters have supported this particular candidate. You keep on doing this process until one candidate crosses the threshold of 50%. It means that the majority of the voters have preferred for this candidate. Okay. So do you find the system is even better? The quality of the representative who is getting elected, he is going to be more representative of most of the voters. Correct? Yes or no? Maybe the person who crosses 50%, maybe he might not have been the first preference, but at least he was a second preference, but at least he was a third preference. So you are now designing a system which actually gives support to the most preferred candidate rather than the least disliked candidate of the first past the post system. Will you accept it or not? Do you have any doubts? It's a better representative system. It's a system which allows for better representation of the people. The candidate is actually, he is more supported by majority of the voters. Okay, that is the advantage of bringing in this single transferable vote method into this elections. Okay, it is a similar kind of a system which is followed for Rajya Sabha elections. In Rajya Sabha elections, we follow this kind of a ballot paper. It is this kind of a ballot paper which is given to the voters. Sir, even in this system, the ruling party members will be high and they will have highest first preference. No, sir. No. In the system, what will happen is 18 seats are there for Rajya Sabha. Yes. There will be a ballot paper. Ballot paper will have the names of all the candidates. Whoever is contesting for all the 18 seats, all their names will be there. Even many more candidates will also be contesting. I can also go and contest. All the candidates' names will be there in that ballot paper. And now, ADMK, there is something called as electoral quota. What is this electoral quota? I'll just explain it simply. You have a total of 234 members in the house. You have a total of 18 seats. Yes. So you divide it. 18 ones are 18. You have 5 into 3. 13. 13 is the electoral quota. Whoever has the support of more than 13 MLAs, okay, whoever has the support of first preference has to be more than 13. Whoever gets that, he will win and he will go to Rajya Sabha. So what will ADMK do? ADMK, let's say they have a total of 18 into 6, let's say ADMK has a total of 126 voters. 126 MLAs are there in assembly, and the electoral quota is only 13. Do you think all 126 MLAs will give their first preference for the same guy? Do you think all this? They will plan accordingly. They will plan that 13 ADMK MLAs will give the first preference for one candidate. Remaining 13 will give their first preference for second candidate. It just goes on up to 7 candidates. Okay, up to 7. Is it 7 correct? 7 is 56, 5, 12. Okay, up to 7 candidates, ADMK can actually give their first preference. Is my mathematics correct? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 15, 50, 13. Okay. Okay, all right. So sorry, it's not 18, it's 13. 13 into probably 9. Yes. Or maybe 10. Let's say ADMK has a total of 130 seats. Out of 234, ADMK has 130 seats in the state legislative assembly. The electoral quota is 13. So what it means is only 13 people will give first preference for this guy. The next round of 13 people will give second preference for another guy. It just goes on like this. So that at least this guy can cross this threshold of 13. Similarly, DMK probably might be having 69 seats. Okay. So what will happen? Since electoral quota is only 13, electoral quota is total number of MLA seats, seats in the legislature divided by vacancies of Rajya Sabha. That is the electoral quota. So DMK, what they will do, they will give their first preference for one particular candidate. The second, for another seat, it will be for another group of 13 MLAs will give their first preference for another candidate. Another group of 13 MLAs will give their first preference for 13. So this is how they will actually cast their vote. There is no use in 100 MPs, 100 MLAs giving their first preference only for one candidate alone. No. Anyway, let us not get into the depth of this system. This is how Rajya Sabha elections are conducted. This is how a ballot paper will be. All MLAs, they can give their preference, but ADMK will have a plan. Okay, these 13 members will give first preference for this guy. Second preference will be given for our own ADMK party. Third preference will also be given for our own third member of ADMK party. This is how it will be given. And finally, when you count the results, you will find that there will be 18 members altogether who would have crossed this electoral quota of 13. So if a small party is there which has only 10 members in the assembly, it will not even able to get one seat also. Whereas other parties will all be able to get as many seats in Rajya Sabha depending upon how many seats they have in the state legislative assemblies. Okay, that is the outcome of the system. This is how a ballot paper for the elections also will be. They will all give their choices, and until the quota is reached, if say for example, if there are small parties, many small parties are there, then they will not actually, some members will have 10 votes, some members will have 9 votes, some will have 8, 7, 6. So what ultimately can happen is these members, 9, 8, 7, 3, these people, they will also give their first preference for their own party member, but the second preference would be given for some other parties. Yes. So the single transfer of votes will work. Okay. You leave the large party candidates, they would have definitely crossed the electoral quota. But for smaller party candidates, they would not be able to cross the electoral quota. So now you have to look at the second preferences. So Indian National Congress, if it has only 7 votes, PMK has only 10 votes. So what PMK will ask, will go and discuss with the INC is, please, you may give your first preference for your candidate, but please give second preference to my candidate, so that you will get the lowest and your vote will be removed. So let that one vote come to me. If it comes to me, then I will be also able to cross my threshold. I can also send my candidate to Rajya Sabha. This is how Rajya Sabha elections work. Okay. So why is it called as a proportional system? Because the total seats in Rajya Sabha is 18, and the total seats are divided on the basis of the proportion of members that each party has in state legislatures, PMK, whatever proportion they have, this equal, the same number of seats, the proportion, the seats are divided in proportion to the size of each and every political party in the legislative assemblies. Okay, they are divided in certain proportions. That is why it's called as a proportional representation. Proportional representation is achieved by using this instrument of single transferable vote method. Okay, when you use that, this is how Rajya Sabha elections are conducted. There is no use of going into the depth of any of these issues, waste of time. Hardly a prelims question will be asked. Proportional representation by single transferable vote is used in Rajya Sabha elections, legislative council elections. Where else? It is used in elections to parliamentary committees. That's all. Don't waste time, not just here. Even if you're not able to understand it, do not be worried. Don't even browse about it. Don't even make an attempt to learn. It is a waste of time. You have to just know it. Okay, you know the problem of using first past the post system in Rajya Sabha elections. If you use the first past the post system, completely it will be a clean sweep by the ruling party. There is no objective of holding elections only in the first place. That is why we use a different kind of a system. The system is called as proportional representation, is by single transferable vote. Okay. So we'll take a break for half an hour. I think this is confusing. You're not able to understand this. Are you able to understand it or not? Okay, are you able to understand single transfer of votes? What is the objective of doing that? Are you able to understand? So as to reach a electoral quota. I mean, the camera. So as to reach the electoral quota, that is the objective of using single transferable vote method. Couldn't understand proportions. Okay. Concept of electoral quota is not clear. See, the first example when I said that, you should do this method until 51% of the vote is reached. Because the electoral quota in the first example I gave is 51. That was the electoral quota, that magic number. So you have to do this transfer until 51 is reached. In this case, in the case of Rajya Sabha election, the electoral quota is not 51. The electoral quota is 13. Anybody who crosses 13 MLA support, he was declared as a winner to a particular seat. So if you do this system here, do you think 100 ADMK MLAs will give first preference for only one candidate? Do you think 100 ADMK MLAs will give their first preference for only one candidate? Do you think so? Or even if you don't understand, please don't worry anything about it. All you need to know is how single transferable vote system works. STV, whoever gets the lowest vote, their vote is transferred to the second preference. This is a system that is actually followed. In Rajya Sabha elections, you give a ballot paper like how I have shown, you give it to the candidates. They will indicate their preferences. And there will be an electoral quota. So until members cross electoral quota, if already you have so many members who have already crossed electoral quota, there is no need to do this transfer of votes or anything. But the first, let's say out of 18 seats, 16, 17 seats will be 16 seats automatically members will cross their electoral quota. But for other seats, they may not cross the electoral quota because all those are small party seats. Parties have contested in elections also. So what do you do now is you now do the single transfer of vote, find out for that one seat or the two seats, for the 17th seat or for the 18th seat, whoever crosses this electoral quota will be declared as the winner. Okay. Sir, yes, this is more important. Sir, please say where proportional representation election method is used. Proportional representation method is used in the case of Rajya Sabha elections. It is used in the case of legislative councils in state legislature elections. Legislative councils, the second body in state legislatures. In those bodies also, proportional representation system by single transferable vote, that methodology is used. When it comes to parliamentary committees, see, wherever you're not going for direct elections, if people are not directly participating in elections, if it's a limited group of people who are going to contest in election, if they are the voters in elections, if a limited group is going to be the voters, always the majority in that limited group will occupy all the seats. That is why the example I gave you, state legislative assembly, whoever is the ruling party will be able to capture all the 18 seats. Same is the case with parliamentary committees also. Who are going to be the electors for parliamentary committees? They are going to be MPs within the parliament. So whichever party has the majority will actually capture all the seats in all the parliamentary committees, and you would not want that to happen. That is why we don't follow first past the post system. We follow proportional representation by single transferable vote method that is followed in elections to parliamentary committees. Elections to Rajya Sabha, state legislative councils, parliamentary committees, we follow the method of proportional representation by single transferable vote. So how is this electoral quota value determined? Forget about all these things. Okay, no use of knowing things which is difficult to understand for this examination. The point which needs to be known is proportional representation, because you cannot use first past the post system. You use a different system. The different system is based on the tool of single transfer of votes. The reason why it's called as proportional representation is after the result of counting, you will find that each and every groups, as per their strength in the legislative assemblies, each and every party, as per their strength in legislative assemblies, an equal proportion of the total vacancies in Rajya Sabha would be captured by them. So the entire 18 seats is broken. It is won in the basis of certain proportions. That is why it is called as proportional representation. If you can only know this much, it is good enough. Sir, is political reservation a unique feature of India? No, I don't think so. It is a unique feature of India. No. Even in Canada, you have reservations for French-speaking people. Even in Switzerland, you have reservations for, you have proportional reservations. So many of seats is reserved for only for German-speaking population. So much of seats is reserved only for French-speaking population. So reservations will always be there wherever the society is not homogeneous, where there is a good amount of class differences between societies. In all such instances, you will have reservations in legislatures. டீ வேணும் எனக்கு சொல்றீங்களா கொஞ்சம் டீ காஃபி ஏதாவது Okay, we'll have a break for half an hour and we'll meet at 5:15. Okay. See, one other thing about this exam is knowing where to spend your time and where you should not spend your time. Once you see your previous year's question papers, you'll understand what is important about this exam, what need not be probed into this exam. You don't have to understand proportional representation to clear this exam. You don't have to understand proportional representation to work as an IAS officer. Maybe once you are posted in Rajya Sabha, if you're going to conduct Rajya Sabha elections as a Secretary Secretary General of Rajya Sabha, at that time you have to know about proportional representation in depth. Go and learn about it. Right now, one point in examination in prelims, a question will be asked about proportional representation. Just do away with that and get over with that. There are much better things to learn about in this examination. Okay. So, do you think U.S. elections have been concluded? So, is it necessary to know about electoral system in U.S., how American elections are held? Is it necessary to be learnt for this examination? Yes or no? Is it current affairs? Is it current affairs? U.S. elections, how a U.S. president is elected, is it necessary to be known? Will it be asked in this examination? Is it a matter of current affairs? Don't think so. Not at all necessary. Please don't waste time, because I find a lot of videos from various YouTube IAS coaching institutes, as well as a lot of people. Those are just for the sake of showing their teaching skills. Okay, that's just to capture attention of the people. Oh wow, US elections, it's going on in news. So yes, I didn't know about this. So let them explain it. Let me know about it. It might be their marketing gimmicks, but of zero value to us in the examination. So a student who is spending half an hour listening to that video is wasting time. He doesn't even realize that this is not even going to be asked in this examination. And someone who has not still who is still not clear about this will go and browse for one complete day, thinking that he should master the entire concept of US elections. Why? What is the purpose? What is the end result? You can only go and brag it to your friends. Do you know about US system? This is how elections happen. Okay, it would be a good cool factor to go and talk to your friends about it when you have tea or when you have a smoke, but of zero utility in this examination, waste of time. Instead, you should have been wondering about Indian Electoral College, how Indian president is elected. It's very clear. So why I say this is an examination where cost benefit analysis has to matter. What is important to be covered, what is not important. Let me just have a superficial understanding and let me just go and cover so many other areas which are yet to be covered. Okay, you should be cautious on that front, because not many things which are actually thrown at you in the form of resources is actually necessary for this examination. I have practically seen it. I have seen it and found out that many things which are thrown out at you from online resource, from daily analysis, many things are unnecessary. It might bewilder you, it might astonish you that, oh wow, so many information. But all you require is hardly 3 points, 4 points on the day of examination. You will find out that 99% of whatever you have learned from various resources is going to go waste on the day of the examination. But whereas at least 50% of whatever you have learned from the textbooks, from whatever I have prescribed to in the initial few classes, at least 50% of what you have learned is going to be useful for you on the day of examination. These are all some things which I'm telling out of my own experience, trial and error. So many things have gone into my own preparation. So I have full confidence in the list of the textbooks which have been prescribed. If you just prepare from that, you will master this exam. If you leave that and if you prepare everything that is thrown at you, you will definitely fail in this examination. Okay, I'm not saying you should not prepare from other sources. If you're preparing from the textbooks also, and then if you're looking at other sources, okay, could be marginally beneficial to you. I would not stop you from doing that. But without doing whatever has been instructed in the class, in my previous classes, did I cover classes on answer writing and all? Did I take any classes on answer writing for this batch? Anything about editorial writing and all? Yes. So how many of you are doing this editorial writing practice regularly? Is there anyone in this batch who has been sending their editorial content to me regularly? Anybody here? So do I know you? Have I given any opinion for your writing? Hmm? So let me please have a honest answer. How many of you are doing this editorial writing? Are you doing it regularly? Yes or no? Inconsistently. Please do it regularly. Yes. Okay. If you're doing it regularly also, it's good. Not regular. That uh, see. So do you all understand Tamil? Is there someone who do not understand Tamil here? Okay. So I believe all of you can understand. எழுதாம இந்த எக்ஸாமை கிளியர் பண்ணவே முடியாது. ஓகே, எழுதிக்கிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு நாள் கிளியர் பண்ணிடலாம். ஆனால் எழுதாம மட்டும் இருந்துட்டோம்னா இது நம்ம இந்த எக்ஸாமுக்கு யூஸ் ஆக மாட்டோம். வேற எந்த எக்ஸாம்னாலும் யூஸ் ஆகலாம். பட் திஸ் எக்ஸாமினேஷன் இஸ் ஒன்லி அபவுட் ரைட்டிங். தட் இஸ் வாட் எவர் யூ ரீட், எதெல்லாம் படிக்கிறோமோ ப்ரிலிம்ஸ்க்கு, அது கூட எதுக்கு படிக்கிறோம்னா போய் ஒரு நாள் ஆன்சர் நல்லா எழுதணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக மட்டும்தான். போய் நல்லா பேசிட்டு வரணும் இன்டர்வியூவில் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் நம்ம படிக்கிறதெல்லாம் கூட. அது இல்லாட்டி வந்து ப்ரிலிம்ஸ் கிளியர் பண்ணுறது வந்து இட்ஸ் ஸோ ஈஸி. இட் இஸ் நாட் அட் ஆல் டிஃபிகல்ட். ஓகே, பட் you load your brain with more knowledge, more facts, you will be clearing prelims just like that. You solve question papers, you get into the knack of eliminating absurd weird options. அதெல்லாம் கத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா easily you will clear prelims. But other areas of preparation, writing, இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு habit மாதிரி. It's like how you learn to speak, how you learn to acquire a skill. அந்த மாதிரி வந்து ரைட்டிங் அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து இட்ஸ் a skill you can only pick up by regular practice. 2 நாள் விட்டுட்டீங்கன்னா கூட வந்து your writing will go down unless you are already good in writing. If I have already given you some good feedback that your writing is really good, please focus on prelims. இப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி I have given some feedback to some people. I have seen their writing consistently for some time, so I am 100% assured that, very sure that they will clear mains. So then my focus becomes that you should better start preparing on prelims அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். If that is the case, you don't have to be worried. இல்லாட்டி என்ன ஆகும்னா, by mugging up a lot of things, even in your first attempt or second attempt, you will clear prelims. You get into prelim, mains, write mains clear ஆயிரும் நினைப்பீங்க, but clear ஆகாது. By the time results come on February or March, you will be shocked. Oh, I didn't clear mains. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? Once again you will start preparing for prelims. அந்த 5 மாசமும் ரைட்டிங் ப்ராக்டிஸ்ங்கிறது இருக்கவே இருக்காது. Start for prelims again because you have prelims on May. திருப்பியும் prelims முடிச்சோன்னு என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? திருப்பி டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ் ஜாயின் பண்றது, again dumping more and more knowledge, more and more optional knowledge. அப்படியே அந்த சைக்கிள்குள்ள போவீங்க. Again mains முடிச்சோன்னா 2 attempt முடிக்கும் போதே you third attempt, if it's a third attempt or something, you become tired, you feel ஒரு பெரிய பேர்டன் முடிஞ்சது, ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு ஃப்ரீயா இருக்க போறேன் அப்படின்னு ஒரு மாசம் ஃப்ரீயா இருப்பீங்க. அப்புறம் திருப்பி இன்டர்வியூ ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் will start. இந்த டைம் இன்டர்வியூ கண்டிப்பா கிராக் பண்ணிடுவோம் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சிட்டு இன்டர்வியூக்குள்ள போயிடலாம் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சிட்டு you will start attending classes. Maybe you might clear mains, you will just scrape through 10 mark 5 mark beyond the cutoff you will get, and you will just step inside interview preparation. அப்படி வந்துருச்சுன்னா தான் பிரச்சனை. ஏன்னா you will, at least if your mains did not clear, you can at least think, okay, நம்ம ஆன்சர் ரைட்டிங் நல்லா இல்லை, அதனால தான் நம்ம கிளியர் பண்ணல, so let me for the next 5 months spend on answer writing. But once your interview, you get selected for interview, you get into another cycle. You assume that your writing is good, only இன்டர்வியூல மட்டும் தான் நமக்கு மார்க் வராது, இன்டர்வியூ மட்டும் நம்ம பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சிட்டு you go to the interview phase. And someone who does not have good writing will also not have good speaking skills also. That is something which I have observed. Okay, the ones who are able to get good marks in interview personality test are the ones who have always got good marks in mains also. That's a very common thing that I have observed. So you go to interview, but since your cutoff in mains is not good, whatever marks you score in interview, if you don't have good writing skills, as I said, your performance will not be that good. 160 170 இப்படி தான் ஆவரேஜ் அவங்க மார்க் இருக்கும். அதெல்லாம் வாங்கிட்டு you will not be able to crack through. Okay, so the cycle will keep on going. It will become very frustrating. And where was the problem? The problem was because your fundamentals of writing was not set right. அது ஃபர்ஸ்டே உட்காந்து ஒழுங்காக ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணி கொண்டு வந்து டெவலப் பண்ணி ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ஸ்டேஜ் கொண்டு வந்து வச்சிருந்தோம்னா, எனி பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம் யூ கேன் லேர்ன் ஒன் மோர் புக் பிகாஸ் யூ ஹேவ் த ஸ்கில் ஆஃப் presenting it. You learn one more book, you have ideas, give shape to that in the form of words, you are set to go. You are going to impress the examiner. You cross the cutoff by 100 marks beyond the cutoff in mains. And interview, இங்கே 100 marks வாங்குறவங்க கண்டிப்பாக இன்டர்வியூல you will be able to get at least 180 marks in interview, get into the top 3 services. Or even if your personality test goes very well, above 200, and if there is a very good lead in mains also, you get into IAS. Okay, that is how you work through. So இது புரியாம நிறைய பேர் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, their only purpose is coming to class. Okay, like just watch like a movie அப்படியே படம் பார்க்குற மாதிரியே கிளாஸ் கவனிக்கிறது, எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சிடும். When you come to class, it's not rocket science. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to have any specialized skills to understand anything of UPSC. Anybody can teach you UPSC stuff. You go to videos online, everybody will be a teacher when it comes to UPSC stuff. But understand, you are not here to be taught. You are here to be coached. That's why we call it as a coaching center. It's not a teaching center. Okay, a professor can teach you things which nobody else can. Only a professor should be able to teach you certain things because he is an expert in this field. But here, none of us are experts. We have prepared for UPSC. I know how to crack this exam. Whatever knowledge I have, I'm imparting it to you. And you don't have to have specialized knowledge in any field. That is the truth of this examination also. Okay, so just even to teach you, I don't have to be an expert also, because everything is it's like, what do I say? It's only a broad understanding of things rather than getting into the depth of anything. Okay, but you need to know how to present it in the form of answers. அது வந்து நீங்க தான் வளர்த்திக்கணும். You alone can actually develop your writing skills. Okay, so if you are mindful of all these things which I have just spoken to you right now, if you can keep all these things in mind and know what is your priority and what is not your priority, you will be able to save a lot of time and you will be able to utilize the time for the right purposes in this examination. Okay, if you are able to do that, automatically success will come to you. So do that and keep whatever I have said in your mind. That is the secret of success, nothing else. Even the best faculty in India, and understand, it is the same faculty who is teaching to the entire 250 group of people. The same understanding levels is there with all, at least majority of the people. As I said, இதெல்லாம் வந்து சிம்பிளான விஷயம் தான், எல்லாருமே புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். அதனால இங்க இருக்கிற most of them will be able to understand that. But most of them should then end up clearing this examination. Why is this not happening? So it is not about your understanding. First, understand that. Almost 70% of this group will be able to understand anything and everything that is taught here. You know, all my friends who did not clear, who have not cleared, repeated after 7 attempts, 8 attempts, அவங்ககிட்ட போய் பேசினா கூட மணி பில், ஆர்டினரி பில் அதெல்லாம் கிளீனாக எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுவாங்க. Okay, the problem is not there. The problem is not in the understanding part. The problem is there in how do you attempt the questions. It's a very different field altogether. In fact, I would say that is different. Your understanding is different. Even without becoming, even without understanding polity, also you can write meaningful, very good polity answers if you are following editorials regularly. Those are all the tricks of the trade. And to write answers in exam, you don't actually have to master Lakshmikant. That is also a truth. You have to just master Lakshmikant just to be clear in prelims, to get the right answer in prelims. But to write good answers in mains, now Lakshmikant has nothing to do with answers in mains. Very few, 30% weightage from Lakshmikant. Do you have any other issues, any other doubts, any other concerns, any other questions, anything about preparation? You can send it to my mail ID. I believe you have my mail ID, satyakrishnan@shankarias.in. So it's just my name, whatever is there on the display, Satyakrishnan without space at shankarias.in. So that is the mail ID to which you can send your answers. So why are you not asking any doubts? Don't you like talking to me? Is it boring? That is why you don't type anything. For 2022 exam, is it okay to start answer writing now? Yes, of course. So my preparation started in the year 2011, first half of 2011, and I gave my first attempt in 2012. So I started writing from the first day onwards, and it was really useful for me. That is why I have so much respect for writing practice, because it is through writing you will be able to learn a lot for prelims also. It is not just for mains, no. Even for prelims, a lot of learning happens through writing. So what is the audience in this weekend batch? Are you all college going students, or are you all working professionals, or are you also preparing full time? What is the composition of this batch? We have 29 people here. College going. Okay. Good, good that you have started in college, because I also had started in my college only. So I passed out in 2012, and the very same year I gave my attempt. I couldn't clear mains that time because I did not have the time to prepare my for an optional subject. Then in 2013, the pattern changed. Luckily, pattern changed, so it is the same pattern which you are going to write. And 2013 I cleared. I would say college time is the best time to prepare. Working, okay. Third year BDS. So good. We have a very good group. Utilize your time in college days. Be very interested to read newspaper every day. Okay, read Hindu every day on your own. Editorials, master the editorials on your own. Try to write it in the form of one-page summaries, and become a professional in reading newspaper. Okay. Food technology. Okay, which college are you in? Is it ACT? So which college are you guys belonging to? KCT. Okay. HITS. Is it Hindustan? HITS. No, CG. Oh, good, good. Okay. Which department are you in from CEG? MIT. Okay. EC. Okay. Pondicherry Dental College. MIT. Oh, a lot of people from colleges. Very good. Good, you have started. Best time to actually do your preparation, I would say. Stella Mary's, wonderful. Even in fact, I also used to attend my weekend classes only, just weekends, 2 days. Remaining 5 days, you will not be bothered with classes. Best time. Weekends, so that way your weekends will be productively spent. So it's a good thing. So daily answer writing, should we start from previous year's question papers? No. If you're in college, don't do all those previous year question paper stuff. Write editorials. Take Hindu paper. On the left side, you have two columns. Read it, write it in a piece of paper. That's all. That is the only thing you should do in the first 1.5 years of your answer writing. Meanwhile, observe how UPSC asks questions. That observation should happen parallel to the syllabus that you actually complete with every day. Once you complete a relevant portion of the syllabus, then look at the previous year's questions. Keep on thinking whenever you have free time. So after 1 year, you can probably start attempting previous year's questions and daily questions, all those things. But for the first 1 year, your fundamentals of writing should be well established. It should be, the foundation should be properly established. For that purpose, write from Hindu editorials every day. Camera on the Okay, so let's proceed. So we have discussed about the elections, composition, both houses of parliament. So we have Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Okay, and I told you that Rajya Sabha, whether it is required or not required, there was an extensive debate, and finally it was decided that okay, let Rajya Sabha be there as a revisory chamber, as a body which can protect the interest of the states when it comes to federal issues, right? In other issues, Rajya Sabha is always inferior to Lok Sabha. The constitution makers have intentionally, they have designed Rajya Sabha as an inferior body, as a lesser body than Lok Sabha. How can you do that? By making sure Rajya Sabha is a smaller body. Okay, this was intentionally done. Rajya Sabha should not be equal in size to Lok Sabha. It was designed to be small. That is why if you see Lok Sabha's size is almost 2 times that of Rajya Sabha. Okay, so that when it comes to joint sitting of parliament, I'll explain to you what joint sitting. Whenever there is a dispute between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, a joint sitting has to be conducted. If Lok Sabha has so much of numbers, then automatically when it comes to voting, Lok Sabha will have an upper hand over Rajya Sabha. Yes, if there are 100 people here, if there are only 50 people in the next class, if all of us come together and if we sit in the same room, it will be 150. And in 150 people, what is the majority? Around 75. Already there are 100 people in Lok Sabha itself. So automatically, even among the 100 people, if 75 people can actually support the proposal, it can actually sail through. So Rajya Sabha was intentionally kept in as a smaller body compared to Lok Sabha because the constitution makers did not want Rajya Sabha's interference into any other matters. So just understand this philosophy. We will be using this philosophy in many places. Even when we discuss about money bills, the provision of money bills in the constitution was also for the purpose of allowing Lok Sabha an upper hand over Rajya Sabha. It was intentionally kept in the constitution so as to allow Lok Sabha to override, to just turn a blind eye to Rajya Sabha, so as to minimize the interference of Rajya Sabha in expenditure matters. That is why a concept called as money bill was actually introduced and kept in the constitution. Okay, so never think Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both houses are equal houses. No, it was very clear. Lok Sabha is the house which should be given importance because it enjoys the support, direct support of people. The other house is an indirect house, and it should not be allowed to interfere, and it should not be allowed to play a spoil sport to the decisions of Lok Sabha in all instances. So that is why certain provisions are there in the constitution. One of the way how the interference of Rajya Sabha can be reduced is by having a smaller size. The other way of how you can downplay the role of Rajya Sabha is minimizing its potential for interference in expenditure matters, in matters related to expenditure. In all these matters, you are diminishing the influence and interference of Rajya Sabha. Okay, the constitution has taken care to do this. All right, so we'll just proceed further. What is the duration of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha? Constitution says Lok Sabha shall have a tenure of 5 years. That is, if a Lok Sabha is constituted in 2019, it shall just continue up to 2024. And the constitution says at the end of, so what if I were to ask you a question? Lok Sabha is dissolved by the president at the end of its tenure. Is it correct or wrong? Lok Sabha is dissolved by the president at the completion of its tenure. Is it right or wrong? You have answered yes, right. Archana is correct. Isn't it automatically dissolved? That is the right answer. At the end of 5 years, Lok Sabha stands automatically dissolved. The completion of 5 years will act as a ground of automatic dissolution. That is why before automatic dissolution happens, if you look at how elections are held, before this tenure ends, before 6 months before the tenure ends, within this period itself, fresh elections will be held and a new house will start from here. Okay, so what will happen is fresh elections will be held before the completion of the tenure of the house, and once the elections are over, once the next group of MPs are elected, after that president will dissolve the house, and from here starts the tenure of 18th Lok Sabha. Okay, this is how it is actually, this is how it works in India. We don't allow the house to just go and die. Before it dies, we will conduct elections so that a new house will be constituted. Okay, so automatic dissolution of the house will never happen. Well before that, fresh elections will be held and a new team will be formed. New group of MLAs will be ready. MPs will be ready. So yes, it can be dissolved before the completion of its tenure. So who has the powers to do it? What is the meaning of dissolution? So constitution says the tenure of Lok Sabha is 5 years from the date of its first sitting. Okay, from the date of its first sitting, not from the date of completion of elections or announcement of results, from the date of the first sitting of Lok Sabha after elections. From then 5 years is the tenure. Okay, and even within this 5-year period, at any point of time, Lok Sabha can be dissolved by the president. That is also a constitutional power it is given. So president But why would a president dissolve a Lok Sabha? Why should he dissolve? Why should he unnecessarily disturb Lok Sabha? Any idea? Why would a president dissolve a Lok Sabha? What is the answer? If PM requests the same, that is correct. Why would a PM request the House to be dissolved? No confidence motion, that is right. So we know that the executive, the Council of Ministers, are a part of this legislature. So today we have Narendra Modi and his team as the Council of Ministers. What if Narendra Modi and his team loses the support of legislature? The parliament does not place its support on Narendra Modi anymore. If that is the case, a no confidence motion will be passed in the House. If a no confidence motion is passed, then Narendra Modi and his team, they will have to resign from their posts. Okay. Once they resign, the president will look for alternatives. He will ask Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, are you capable of forming a team which will enjoy the support of the legislature? Then Rahul Gandhi searches. Nobody is ready to support Rahul Gandhi. Nobody wants to even become a minister under Rahul Gandhi. If such a thing happens, then president is confused. President keeps on searching, but he is not able to find a single man who is able to command the support of. He is not able to find a team of people. He is not able to find a council of ministers who would enjoy the support of majority of the legislature. So then what does the president do? He has no other option. Now this legislature is not able to provide an executive. That is the meaning of that. If that is the case, a new legislature has to be constituted. So then what will the president do? Somewhere here, whenever Narendra Modi and his team loses support, and if there is no other alternative ministry which can be formed, in all those instances, the president will have to dissolve the house and he has to constitute a new legislature. That is what actually happens. So this is the reason why any dissolution before the completion of the tenure by the president happens if the ministry loses its support in the legislature. Okay, so do remember this. But the end of 5 years will be an automatic dissolution of the legislature. Keep that also in your mind. Okay. So what else are we supposed to be discussing here? We are supposed to discuss about the two houses, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. This has around 545 members. 540, as of now it has 545. Let's say Rajya Sabha has 245 members as of now. It's a big group, 545 members in a house. They will, it's a crowd, it's a mob. Okay, you cannot control a mob unless you have some person in charge, some person like a class leader who will control what is happening in the class. some people who will decide what should these people do during the session of Lok Sabha. Some people who will decide what is necessary to be discussed. A leader who will decide what is necessary to be discussed and what is not necessary to be discussed. Okay, it is for that purpose you need to have one person who will preside over all these 545 members. You also need one person who will preside over all these 245 members. They are called as the presiding officers. So for Lok Sabha, the presiding officer is called as speaker. For Rajya Sabha, the presiding officer is called as the chairman. Okay. Who is a speaker? Speaker is one among this 545 people. It means that speaker has to be a member of parliament. Sorry, member of Lok Sabha. So speaker is chosen as one of the members from amongst the 545 members who are there in Lok Sabha. Okay. But who is the chairman, the presiding officer of Rajya Sabha? Is he one of the member of 245 members? Is he one amongst this 245 group of people? The answer is no. Chairman is the Vice President of India. The President is a part of Parliament because Article 79 says so. But Vice President is not a part of Parliament. He's not a member of Lok Sabha. He's not a member of Rajya Sabha. Vice President is not a part of Parliament. He just performs the work of presiding officer of Rajya Sabha. Just because he happens to be the Vice President, and Vice Presidents do not really have any work to do. Okay, Vice President don't have any work to do in India. So what did we do? We wanted to give them some work. So we thought that let him just preside over the session of Rajya Sabha. Okay, and this is the same practice which happens in US as well. So we just borrowed that from US, and Vice President presides over the session of Rajya Sabha. So nothing much to discuss about it. Okay, and they are the presiding officers. So in addition to that, what if these people are not available on a particular day? So first of all, how are Vice President of India? He is not chosen as the chairperson by election. Just because he becomes a Vice President of India, anybody who occupies the post of Vice President of India automatically becomes a chairman of Rajya Sabha. So Vice President of India is not elected to be a chairman of Rajya Sabha or anything. But whereas Speaker, he is chosen from among the members. Okay, so how do you choose? By means of a majority. And who has the majority? It is the ruling party which has a majority. So that is why the Speaker of Lok Sabha always happens to be a member of the ruling party. Nowhere is it given in the constitution that the Speaker should be from the ruling party. All that is given in the constitution is that Speaker is chosen from amongst the members of Lok Sabha. And who has the highest probability of being chosen? It is a member who enjoys the support of the ruling party. And no wonder the Speaker happens to be the member of ruling party. Okay. So as I said, he has to be one among the 545 MP of Lok Sabha, 245 MPs of Rajya Sabha. All right. Okay. So what if Speaker what if a speaker is not available? He is sick, he has gone on a foreign tour, or he is affected with COVID-19. Okay, so if any of these things happen, what if a speaker is not available to preside over the house? So just like how you have a class leader and assistant class leader, similarly even in the case of Lok Sabha also, you have a speaker and you have his deputy speaker. Similarly in Rajya Sabha you have a chairman and deputy chairman. Chairman is not a member of Rajya Sabha, but deputy chairman is a member of Rajya Sabha. Okay, speaker, deputy speaker, both of them are members of Lok Sabha. But what if speaker is not available? He is on leave. Deputy speaker has resigned from his post, or he has suddenly died because of heart attack. Speaker is also on leave. It could happen on a day he might feel ill and he might not attend the work. So in those days, then what will happen? Who will preside over Lok Sabha? Constitution says that a panel of chairpersons shall be chosen. Okay. If both speaker is also absent, deputy speaker is also absent, or deputy speaker is vacant, could be anything. Okay. If that is the case, there will be a panel of chairpersons. So a 10-member panel will be chosen, and those 10 members will be decided by the House itself. They will decide. How does it usually happen? Who becomes a member of this panel of chairpersons? It depends on the party size. Whichever party has the higher number of seats, based on the strength that they have in the House, panel of chairpersons will be chosen. Okay. Similarly, in Rajya Sabha also you have a panel of chairpersons. So this is the system that we follow in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So that's all, and this is all about the presiding officers of the House. Okay, we'll move on. The next thing that we'll have to know is we'll have to know about certain terminologies in the chapter of Parliament. A lot of terminologies will be used. Duration of Rajya Sabha. Sorry, I have forgotten to tell you. The duration of Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is called as a permanent house because it does not have any maximum tenure, 5 years, 6 years. There is nothing called as a tenure for Rajya Sabha. It's a permanent body. Lok Sabha, we had the first Lok Sabha, we have second Lok Sabha, third Lok Sabha. Today we have 17th Lok Sabha. But Rajya Sabha, there is only one Rajya Sabha because there is no tenure. It just continues from the date of its creation till date. It's just the same Rajya Sabha which is continuing. So then, if that is the case, then how do you change the membership? How do you allow new members to come into Rajya Sabha? So Constitution gives a system. Constitution gives a method for that. Constitution says that every 2 years once, 1/3 of the members will retire, or as determined by Parliament by law. Okay, this is what is given in the Constitution. Parliament has created law for this purpose. What is that law? It's called as Representation of People's Act 1951. So this is a separate topic for our mains discussion. A lot of issues. There's a separate topic in your syllabus. Salient features of Representation of People's Act 1951. So we will discuss in detail about that later. So Constitution gives this power in the hands of Parliament, and Parliament has actually created a law which is called as Representation of People's Act 1951. And if you go through the provisions, you can find that how should members be elected and how should members be made to retire. It's all given in Representation of People's Act 1951. So from this act, we come to an understanding that what is mentioned in Representation of People's Act 1951. It says that in 1952, let's say there are 90 members in Rajya Sabha. This is wrong. 245 members are there, but 90 members are there in Rajya Sabha, let's say. So you break them into 3 groups. Okay, this was the time when Rajya Sabha was constituted, and once elections are so what RPA 1951 says is that at the end of 2 years, you have 1954. At the end of 2 years, this 1/3 of the members will retire. The president will ask the 1/3 of the members to retire. Okay, so in 1954, these members were compulsorily retired, and a new group of 30 members were brought into Rajya Sabha. 30. And after 2 years, 1956, this group, 30 members, they were made to retire. A new group of 30 were brought. So how long have this group spent in Rajya Sabha now? 2 years. This group by now has spent 4 years. And now this group has also spent 4 years. 1958, this group would have spent 4 years. This new group would have spent 2 years. This group would have already spent 6 years. Now this group will be made to retire. After that, 2 years, in 1960, this group will be asked to retire. So in 1960, they would have completed 6 years. In 1962, this group will be asked to retire. So from this period onwards, it became a norm that every 6 years once, a member of Rajya Sabha shall retire. This is how the system began. So there is no tenure for Rajya Sabha, but there is a tenure for members of Rajya Sabha, which is actually for a period of 6 years. This is not given in the constitution, but it is given as per the Representation of People's Act. It has now come to our understanding that a member, once he becomes a member of Rajya Sabha, shall continue to remain in power, shall continue to be a member of Rajya Sabha for a period of, maximum period of 6 years. How were the first 30-member group chosen? They were chosen by random. No scientific method or anything. The power was given in the hands of president. He can decide just randomly. He decided that these members will be retired. Okay, but actually speaking, these members were retired. Once they retired, once again the same members were once again elected by the state legislatures. It is just a symbolic thing so as to give effect to the provision in the constitution. That's all. There is nothing beyond that. Okay, so it is just to start this process of making a group of people retire every second year. This process was actually done. Okay. Sir, unlike Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha always had same size of membership. Yes. There was no increase in the size or anything. Rajya Sabha's membership was just the same. Lok Sabha alone kept on increasing. Okay. This is all about the duration of Rajya Sabha. So I hope you have understood it. Is it clear that every second year, 1/3 of the members are made to retire, so that from 1960 onwards, it became a norm that a member, if he enters into Rajya Sabha, will have a tenure of 6 years. Sir, is it possible to re-elect the same person in Rajya Sabha? Yes, of course. Why not? There is nothing prohibiting any member to recontest for elections to Rajya Sabha. So this is all about duration. They are the presiding officers of the House. So I hope that is all clear. So now let's look at some terminologies which have to be discussed. First, let's understand what is agenda. Okay. But to understand about agenda, we should also know something about committees. So let's start with committees. Why do we need to have a system of committees in Parliament? What do we understand by committees? Lok Sabha is a group of 545 people. There are many bills to be taken up for discussion in a single day. Each and every bill is different in nature. So you cannot have the entire 545 members going through the same bill. It's going to be a waste of time. So what we do is we divide Lok Sabha members into small groups and give them very specific tasks. Okay. See, I have 250 people in this classroom here. Do you think, see, and I have 3 works to do. One is I have to complete an assignment in history. Next is I have to write an answer for polity. Third is I have to make some research on some other topic. So do you think I should give this work to all 270 members here in the class, or it will be better if I divide them into 3 groups, 80 people do this work, 80 people do this work? Which is better? I don't have to unnecessarily waste the time of all members doing the same activity. Okay, so that is why we have to break this entire class into different groups and give them different tasks so that time can be optimally utilized. It is for that purpose alone we have a system called as committees. Okay, parliamentary committees, the purpose is to parliament. Okay, to analyze the bills. A law, if it has to be made, is first introduced in the form of a bill in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. What are the features of those bills? It has to be analyzed clearly by the committees. It has to be understood in depth by and whatever are the problematic areas, it has to be brought out to the notice of the members of the house. So you need to have some kind of an expert scrutiny into the bills, whether they are correct or wrong, what are the problems in this bill. All those aspects have to be taken, have to be probed. It is for that purpose we have committees. Committees, instead of all 545 members shouting and discussing about the provisions of the bill, you form a committee of 5 members, 6 members, give them a bill, let them study about that, and let them place the report. So a 30-page bill is converted into a 3-page report. The committee will place a report. So once you go through the report, it is very easy to understand the problems in that particular bill. Okay, this is also one other function of the committees. It is to see, basically committees are mechanisms of allocating work. It's a mechanism through which work is divided and allocated between members of the house. That would be the precise definition of committee system in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. Okay, so what kind of committees do we have in the house? We have different committees. The broad way of dividing the committees is based on their longevity, based on how long do they survive. Okay, based on their survival. So we can say there are permanent committees as well as there are ad hoc committees. These are temporary committees. Temporary. Ad hoc means at the time of necessity, whenever there is a necessity that arises, a committee will be formed. Whereas certain other committees are permanent. They will continue to exist all through the year. There is no end to the life of those committees. What are these permanent committees? Department related standing committees. Other committees. What are the other committees? Business Advisory Committee, Rules Committee, General Purpose Committee, Committee on Privileges. So there are just so many other committees. These will all continue to exist throughout the year. There is no end to the life of these committees. Whereas there are certain other committees which are called as Select Committee, a Joint Parliamentary Committee. So I'll discuss it later. Okay, I'll discuss about each and every committee later. So do you actually understand the meaning of why we have committees in the house? See, when you become an officer, if you are in charge of organizing Independence Day celebrations in your district, you have to first form committees. Committee with your entire district staff, the RTO, okay, road transport officer. So he will have a committee of his own staff. RTO will be the chairman. They will look into all vehicle traffic, logistics and arrangements, those aspects. Then you have some other officer. He will take care of all food and beverages and refreshment and those. So that would be the catering committee. Then you have entertainment committee. Basically, you are allocating work so as to efficiently divide labor, so as to make efficient use of the entire manpower which is actually available with us. Do you understand committees? Yes. We will discuss all of it in detail. These all require in-depth discussion. Just right now, understand that we have a system called as a committee system in Parliament. And one of the committees is permanent committee is what is called as Business Advisory Committee. I'll just explain to you what that is. Business Advisory Committee. Can somebody tell me what does the word indicate? What does it actually say? Business Advisory Committee. What do you understand by that? I had read that parliamentary committee had called Facebook official regarding content filtration. Any committee can do that. Any of these committees can do that. Committees have the powers of summoning and examining a person on oath. So if the parliament committee feels that this person has to be summoned to the committee and he has to be questioned, they can just summon anybody. I can be summoned, you can be summoned. All parliamentary committees have these powers. This is actually one of an interesting topic. We will discuss about a topic called as parliamentary privileges. When we discuss about that, you will come to understand that this is a power which is too much of a power in the hands of a parliamentary committee. We will of course discuss about it. So yes, so answer for your question is any committee can do that. Sir, it is said that farm bills are not scrutinized by parliamentary standing committees. Sir, is it correct? Yes, very much possible. I'll come to that. Not necessary that all bills have to be scrutinized. It is the discretion of the speaker. My question is about Business Advisory Committee. What is it? Regulating business of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha? Yes. Business, that is work. What should the Lok Sabha do? What should the Rajya Sabha do? What activities they should take up from morning to evening? It is just like scheduling the timetable of Lok Sabha. That is what is the activity of Business Advisory Committee. It has a total of 15 members. Speaker is also a part of Business Advisory Committee. Speaker is the chairman of Business Advisory Committee. So this committee will decide on the timetable of Lok Sabha, agenda. The timetable is what is called as agenda. Okay. Schedule of Lok Sabha, date wise. What work should be taken up in Lok Sabha? That is clearly defined by Business Advisory Committee. Speaker is the chairman of this particular committee. Okay. How does an agenda look like of Lok Sabha? Date. Let's say today, 12/12/20. Okay. From 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. This is called as question hour. 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, 0 hour. 1 to 2, lunch. 2 to 6, discussion on citizenship amendment bill. This is the agenda for the day. Similarly, the agenda for the entire 1 month is made by Business Advisory Committee. Okay. So this is what is called as an agenda. Just get an idea about what is an agenda, what is a committee, what is a Business Advisory Committee. Just try to understand about that. Okay. So another aspect that we'll have to understand here is session of Lok Sabha. What does it mean? What do you actually understand by a session of Lok Sabha? Constitution says that the gap between two sessions of the Lok Sabha shall not be more than 6 months. So this can be monsoon session, this can be winter session. The gap between these two sessions, okay, so no, sorry. What Constitution says is the duration between the last sitting of the previous session and the first sitting of the next session shall not be more than 6 months. Okay. So what it means is last sitting of previous session and first sitting of next session. This shall not be, the duration gap shall not be more than 6 months. What does it mean? It means that at least Lok Sabha has to sit for its session 2 times in a year. Is it correct? Yes, it would become automatically understandable that Lok Sabha should sit at least for 2 times in a year. But in India, we have a practice. In India, Lok Sabha sits for its session 3 times in a year. We don't we don't actually give 6 months gap between sessions. We give only 4 months gap. So Lok Sabha in India, we have a practice that Lok Sabha sits for its session 3 times in a year. One is during the month of February, other July, November. This session is called as budget session. This session is called as monsoon session, and this session is called as the winter session. So session means a continuous period of time from February 28th to April 15th. This continuous period of time in which Lok Sabha convenes for transacting its business, a continuous duration of 1.5 months or 2 months in which Lok Sabha convenes together so as to transact its business. This period is what is called as session. Okay. A session is divided into daily sittings. February 28th to April 15th. This is the session. Just take one day out of this. Let's say this is March 5th. March 5th, this period is called as sitting, daily sitting. Okay. So a collection of sittings form a session. You have a forenoon sitting, you have an afternoon sitting on that same day. But every day when Lok Sabha sits, that is called as a sitting of Lok Sabha. A continuous period of time when Lok Sabha conducts its business, that period is called as a session of Lok Sabha. Okay. So that is the difference between sitting and session. And what is the constitution? So you take sitting, you take March 5th, this is a sitting. So the house assembles for its sitting at 11 o'clock, question hour starts. And as the question hour progresses, by 11:30 a.m., there is too much of noise in the house. Everybody is shouting at each other, they are throwing papers at each other. There is no decency, law and order inside the house. If that is the case, then what can happen? What should happen? If a lot of people keep on shouting here in the classes, can I teach? I cannot teach. Then what should happen? I should just get out of the class, or I should say that please keep quiet. There is no order in the class. I'm not able to teach, or you're also busy doing your own work. So what I'll do is I'll say that I'm not taking class for the next half an hour. Please relax. Please calm down. And after half an hour, I'll once again come and take class. Right? So this is what is called as adjournment. It's a temporary suspension of the business of the house. Okay, whatever business the house has, that will be temporarily suspended, and the power of adjournment lies in the hands of presiding officer. In the case of Lok Sabha, speaker has the power of adjournment. In case of Rajya Sabha, chairman has the power of adjournment. Okay, so whoever is the presiding officer, if deputy speaker is presiding, then he will have the power of adjournment. If deputy chairman is presiding, then he will have the power of adjournment. So just remember that. Okay, adjournment is used in the context of sitting. Adjournment is exercised by the presiding officer. It is to temporarily suspend the transaction of business in the house. Okay. There are certain other terminologies you will come across in your books, which is called as prorogation. So February 28th to April 15th. And in April 15th, the entire session is over. Whatever work Lok Sabha is supposed to have done during the session, all work is over. New bills are introduced, all acts have been passed, former acts have been amended, lot of questions have been asked, all work is over. So in that case, what should happen? There should be a formal announcement. Just the class take this class. I say that, okay, our 18 classes in polity is over. So with this, we are completing the polity. Thank you. So that is what is called as prorogation. It terminates the entire session. After that, the session is no longer going to continue. Okay. Prorogation marks the end of session. Prorogation is done by president. Adjournment, sittings are, the end of termination of a sitting is done by the presiding officer. Prorogation is done by president. Okay. So remember this. What if I ask a question? The power of adjourning a sitting of Lok Sabha is a constitutional power of speaker. Is it right or wrong? Power to adjourn the sitting of Lok Sabha is a constitutional power of speaker. Yes or right? No? So Vamsi has answered no. So can you tell me why, Vamsi? Why are you answering? Why have you said answer is no? What is the reason you said no? What is the answer? What is the reason? Why did you say no? Okay, presiding officer can be other than speaker. Okay. But the actual answer is it is not a constitutional power. It's actually a power given in rules of procedure of Lok Sabha. Okay, I'll tell you what is the rules of procedure. It's not given in the constitution. What if I ask a question like this? The power of prorogation of Lok Sabha is a constitutional power of president. What is the answer for that? The answer is yes. Yes, because it is constitutionally given, the president can prorogue a house or dissolve the house. This is what is actually given in your textbooks, in your constitution. Whereas the power of speaker is not constitutionally given, it is actually decided in the rules of procedure as per the convenience of the house. But prorogation and dissolution is actually constitutionally it's given. Okay. So do you actually understand sitting, session, prorogation, adjournment, dissolution, agenda, committees? Is it all fine? Is it all fine? I have not gone into each and every committee. We will do that later. But right now, I'm just questioning you. Are you following me? Is it possible to understand whatever is being discussed? Yes? So can I proceed further? Okay. Next, we will learn about another term which is called as motions. What is this? So before that, let me tell you what is rules of procedure. Constitution is a broader document. It is a macro level document. Constitution will not clearly mention how day-to-day matters in Lok Sabha should be done, who should hand over which form to which person. No, Constitution is a bigger law. It does not deal with all these microscopic aspects. So that it is for that purpose to discuss about all the micro level activities that should actually happen in Lok Sabha. What should be the method in which who should introduce a bill, on what day he should introduce a bill, in what time they should ask questions. All those issues are not elaborately given in the constitution. They are left to the Lok Sabha. Let the Lok Sabha have the discretion to decide upon that. So Lok Sabha has made its own rules, which are called as rules of procedure. It is the rules of procedure of Lok Sabha which talks about how you should ask questions, at what duration you should ask questions, how long can a question be, what type of issues can be raised as questions, what matters can be discussed in the house, how should a bill be introduced, how should a bill be passed in Rajya Sabha, after passing in Rajya Sabha, how it should be transmitted to the president, how should voting happen, all that is actually given in rules of procedure. These are all fine. These are all not finer points of constitution, but rules made by Lok Sabha for its own convenience. They can be changed at any point of time. Question hour can be shifted from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Anything and everything can be done. That is what is called as rules of procedure. Okay. So we have a concept called as motions in rules of procedure. Let's try to understand what is this concept of motions. Say in this classroom, I'm taking a lecture, classes is going on. Suddenly you would want to raise a doubt. How would you do that? You will raise your hand, yes, and I'll say, yes, please carry on. What is your doubt? Ask me. Once I give my permission, you can ask the doubt. Similarly, when the parliament is in session, when the house's activities are going on, if a member would like to ask a question, it is not done in the same way. He cannot just raise his hand and the speaker will ask him to speak. No, it is not that way how it is, how members will be allowed to raise issues. For raising issues in the house, a member has to issue notice for, a member has to use the tool of motions, because the member already has the agenda. So he clearly knows that from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., we are going to have a discussion on Citizenship Amendment Bill, right? Already has information what is going to happen in that particular day. So he is well prepared to ask questions on Citizenship Amendment Bill. He does not like certain provisions of Citizenship Amendment Bill. So he would want to ask questions to the minister, Home Minister Amit Shah, on Citizenship Amendment Bill. He cannot just stand up and start shouting, and he cannot start asking questions. He can do it by following a certain procedure. That procedure is what is called as motions. So what he should do, he should first give a notice to the speaker. What is the content of this notice? He will say, at 3 o'clock, I would like to ask the minister certain questions on Citizenship Amendment Bill. Okay? And what will the speaker do? Speaker will accept the motion. Speaker will accept the motion, and it's only when the speaker accepts the motion, in that case, okay, motions are actually not, I mean, it's not just for the purpose of asking questions. Usually motions are used so as to get some time of the house. It's like, say for example, half an hour of time. And why do you need half an hour? You have to start discussing on a very important matter like recent floods in Tamil Nadu. Okay, maybe Tol Tirumavalan, he would want to start discussing about recent floods in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. So for that, he wants half an hour of the time. But the agenda already says from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, we have to discuss on Citizenship Amendment Bill. But Tol Tirumavalan feels this is very, very important. I have to discuss on this. I have to bring this issue to the notice of all members of the house. So what will he do? He will give a notice to the speaker. Once he gives a notice, the speaker will examine the notice for motions. So speaker looks into it. He finds that yes, maybe Tol Tirumavalan has some point. Maybe it is very important to discuss about this issue right now. At the same time, there is also something else which has been put into the business of the day. So what he would do is, speaker will just make a formal announcement to the members. Tol Tirumavalan would like to discuss about recent floods. Are you members okay with that? So if majority of the members say yes, let Tol Tirumavalan speak. If they say, it means that the motion is admitted. Okay, admission, then discussion will happen. So, and after that, it is called as adoption. Adoption is done by a process of voting. So, notice is given to the speaker. Speaker admits this motion. So, he just asks the members if Tol Tirumavalan should be given time. Then people discuss. No, he should not be given time. Already we are very short of time. Parliament has been extended to 10 working days more. Why should be given time? The other persons will say that, no, let him be given time. It is a very important matter. So all that kind of discussions will happen. They will not be discussing about the flood issue, because Tirumavalan is yet to raise up issues. But Tirumavalan is asking permission so as to interrupt the proceedings here, so that he can take up his own matter. Okay, it is to get some leave, get some time out of the normal time of the house. Tirumavalan is requesting for some time. That request is made through the tool of motions. So the members discuss among themselves whether he should be given time or not. And finally, speaker is confused. Some of them say he should not be given time. Some of them say he should be given time. So speaker does not know conclusively whether Tirumavaran should be given half an hour or not. So he puts this matter up for vote, and if majority of the members vote in favor, it means that motion is adopted. Excuse me, just a minute. Where did I stop? So basically the tool of motions is to get some leave out of the normal time of the house, because already the agenda is decided, already something else is under progress in the parliament. So that is why if any member wants to raise an issue, if he wants to get some time so as to introduce a bill, all that can be done only on the basis of a motion that has been adopted in the floor of the house. It is only if a motion is successfully adopted in the house, a member can have the time that he requires so as to even ask a question or to introduce a bill or to raise any matter which is very burning topic in the public. Okay, that is why we have this instrument tool which is called as motions in the house first. So if I were to ask you this question, explain, define motions, just give me one sentence answer. Define motions, what would be your answer? If I were to ask you this question, define motions, how would you define it? Good. Requesting leave of house to discuss matters of urgent importance. That's very correct. That's correct. Discussing matter of importance is one aspect, but yes, procedure to request time of Lok Sabha, that's also right. To seek time and permission to discuss any matter of importance in parliament. All right, that's all correct. So this is all about motions. We have discussed about agenda. We discussed about sittings, sessions, and we have discussed about the meaning of committees. Okay. Yes. So the next topic that we can actually look into is about law-making procedure, law-making process in parliament. We will just move on to the different functions of parliament. One of the most important function of parliament is to make laws. The next important function of parliament is to enforce executive accountability. As I told you, the function of parliamentary system itself is based on accountability of executive. How is the executive accountability enforced? By means of asking questions. It is enforced by means of controlling the budget. It is enforced by means of financial committees. Post expenditure control. See, budget. In your home, you ask your father for some pocket money. Before giving money, your father will ask you questions. What are you going to do with that money? Where are you going to spend? And you say that, Papa, I'm going to buy a long size notebook. Okay. Then after the money is spent, he'll ask you, show me where have you spent. Show me your long size notebook. I want to see whether you spent for long size notebook or not. Right? So before the money is spent, he's asking you questions. After the money is spent, he's asking you questions. That's the same purpose of legislature, to control the executive through all these mechanisms. Another important function of parliament is to, it's what is called as constituent power. The power to create a constitution, to make changes to the constitution, is what is called as the constituent power of parliament. These are the different functions that we are going to actually see in today's class, as well as in the successive classes as well. So today we will look into law making function. But before we understand law making function, there are certain terms that you will have to understand. What is the meaning of money? What is money bills? We'll have to understand. You'll have to understand what is called as Consolidated Fund of India. What is called as Contingency Fund of India. So what is Public Account of India? You'll have to understand all these three different terms. You'll have to understand. So that's all. So these things I'll have to explain to you, certain terms. After that, we can proceed further and we can discuss about the process of law making in parliament. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay. After 10 minutes, we'll discuss. See, as I said, the difference between a monarchy and a democracy is that we have seen a few differences in the early part of the class. Do you think the king would want to get your permission before he would tax you? The king will come to your village, the king's officers will come to your village, they will say, give me 50% of your agricultural produce. Whatever you earn, 50% belongs to me. If he says that, a subject has no other option, he has to just pay whatever is being asked. Okay? So, and the king does not care about what you as a subject require. The king is least interested in addressing your needs. Whereas the king would, he would buy, uh, he would build more and more statues of himself. He will commission painters for painting his portrait. The king will build more and more harems where he can keep his concubines. That is how a king will spend his money. And a common man cannot question the king. You cannot question the king about why are you wasting my money. You cannot question, right? So that is about monarchy. Okay, but democracy is completely different. Have you heard of this slogan, no taxation without representation? Yes, I'm sure many of you would have heard this slogan, no taxation without representation. Yes? What does it mean? No taxation without representation. Okay, otherwise, let me ask you another question. Today, the government is actually charging 20% as the income tax for those people whose salary crosses 10 lakh rupees per year. If your salary is more than 10 lakh rupees per year, you have to pay an income tax of 20%. Yes? Is the government charging this 20% with your permission? Is the government, so have you given the permission to charge 20% of your income as tax to be paid to the government? Is it with your permission, the government is actually levying income tax on you? Is it collecting income tax from you from the permission that you have given to the government to collect taxes? Yes or no? What is the answer for this question? No, sir. So you mean to say that the government is collecting taxes without your permission? Yes, sir. How? Why do you say government is collecting taxes with the permission of the people? Why do you say so? With the permission of people's representatives? Yes, yes, that's a very correct answer. With the permission of people's, indirectly permission is given. That's correct. So when you pay 20% of your income as tax, it means that you have only given your consent to the government that, okay, you can take 20% of my salary as tax. Maybe you have not given, but your representative who is representing you in the parliament, he has given the government the permission. Correct. So that is what is the essential principle. No taxation without representation. You have to get the permission of the people of India first. And who are the people? The government cannot go and get permission from 1 billion people in India. That is why it goes and approaches the representatives of people of India. That is the parliamentarians. If they give permission, it means that the permission is given for government to raise taxes. Okay. Next is no expenditure without sanction. So just like how your father is asking, why do you want money? Okay, you take money from my bank account. Here is my credit card. You take money. Okay. So, but why do you, sorry, that example is not correct. Even to spend money, the government has to first get the permission of the people. Whether they are going to spend on roads or whether they are going to spend on telecommunication or whether they are going to spend on rural housing, all that has to be given permission by the people. So it's not that I have got your permission to raise taxes, now it is my discretion, I can just spend in whatever way I want. No, you have to get the permission for spend on what matters. It is only when the parliament gives permission, money can be spent. So understand this. This would be the principle behind the entire budget process. Okay, entire budget process is based on this principle only. So let's just keep it in mind. Why I had discussed this is, whatever money is collected, it is put into one common basket. This is what is called as Consolidated Fund of India. Given in Article 266 of the Constitution. Article 266 of the Constitution talks about Consolidated Fund of India, all revenues. So can somebody tell me how can revenues come to the government? What is the method through which the government can raise revenues? Can just imagine, let your thoughts flow. Tell me, how can the government raise revenues? How? One way is by taxes. That's correct. Direct and indirect taxes. So taxes, income tax, GST, customs, all these are tax revenues. Apart from that, that's also correct. Taxation, disinvestment, that's correct. Non-tax revenues can be disinvestments of PSUs. Government has NTPC, ONGC, it is selling to Ambani, Adani, whatever money is coming, that is a revenue for the government. But that is not raised through taxing people. Those will come under the category of non-tax revenues. Loans, that is also correct. Borrowings. Yes. A very important source of revenue for the government. Borrowings from external agencies, borrowing from market. How does a government borrow from market? It borrows through government securities, government bonds. Yes. And earnings of the government. How does the government earn? It has its PSUs. They are commercial entities, so it earns through PSUs. It operates railways, and whatever user charges is collected, that is a part of its earnings. All that is put into one common fund, which is called as Consolidated Fund of India. So if the government wants to take money outside that, why would government want to take money? It wants to spend on various development projects, various welfare schemes. So it wants to spend money. Government is in need of money. So it takes money out of this to spend, right? So if it wants to take money out, this process is what is called as appropriation. Appropriation means withdrawing, taking out. Okay, it appropriates money so as to spend for various development initiatives. For the purpose of appropriation, it has to get the permission of people. Okay, so understand this, there has to be one fund. All earnings are put into this particular fund, which is called as Consolidated Fund of India. Ideally speaking, there should only be one fund. Taking money out of that fund should always be accompanied with the permission of the parliament. It is only if parliament gives permission, any money out can be taken out of Consolidated Fund of India. Okay, keep that in mind. We have something called as Consolidated Fund of India. So, okay, if we are going to, if the government wants to spend on Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, if it wants to spend 10,000 crore on MGNREGS, as I said, it has to get the permission of parliament, because it is going to take money out of Consolidated Fund to spend for its welfare programs. Okay, let's assume sudden earthquake, 10,000 people dead, 1 lakh people injured, another 5 lakh people are stuck inside all the debris. Okay, so now government wants 20,000 crore to immediately evacuate the people, give them proper shelter, to immediately start relief works, to bring in food materials, clothing, all these aspects. It requires 20,000 crores. Okay, can we say that government has to take this money from Consolidated Fund of India? First, it has to go to the parliament. Parliament has to discuss and debate, and after that the parliament will sanction. After that the government will get its money. Almost the remaining 10 lakh people will die before that. Yes, that is why you need to have another kind of fund where you don't have to go and get the permission from the parliament, because the purpose is so it's so emergent, it is so, what do you say, you have to act decisively, you need immediate funds at your disposal to take care of certain activities. These are contingency activities, emergency activities. That is why you don't have to get the permission of parliament in taking money out of certain account. Okay, so that account is what is called as contingency fund of India. As the name indicates, it is contingency fund. So it is kept for contingency purposes, it is kept for unforeseen circumstances. Whenever there can be an issue which can arise, the fund has been created for that purpose and it is kept. If there is an earthquake, if there is a cyclone, immediately money has to be taken out and it has to be spent. For that purpose only, Parliament, Constitution has created a separate fund which is called as contingency fund of India. So understand, you don't have to require Parliament approval for taking money out of contingency fund of India. The reason is Parliament has already made an act which is called as Contingency Fund of India Act 1950. What does the act say? The act says the size of contingency fund will be 5,000 crores. The contingency fund will be placed at the custody of president. Okay, so look at the difference. If it is at the custody of president, it can be taken by the president, whereas consolidated fund of India is at the custody of parliament. It is only when the people give permission money can be spent. But whereas contingency fund is placed under the custody of the president of India. Okay, so you don't have to go and each time get the permission of parliament to take money out of contingency fund of India. So remember this point, and just remember this. Also remember this act which is called as Contingency Fund of India Act 1950. So this is what is called as contingency fund. Okay, we will move on. There is also another account which is called as Public Account of India, Article 267. See, let's understand the principle. Consolidated fund, why do you think the government has to get the permission of the parliament? Tell me, can somebody give me the answer for that? What is the reason why government needs to go and get the permission of the people for spending money? What is the reason for that? Think about it and give me the reason. Why taking money out of consolidated fund each time, every single penny you take out of consolidated fund requires the permission of the parliament? Why so? To have control over expenses, that's right. Generally, that's correct. Give me a very precise answer. What kind of control? Yes, because it's people money, you have to have proper expenditure to be made. That's correct. So it is based on quantitative and qualitative control. So people should be questioning what is the purpose for spending money, and they have to discuss, is it so necessary that we have to build houses for poor people? Should we have a new scheme called as Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that it is we have to spend 50,000 crore in the next year for building 10,000 houses? Is it really so necessary or what? The purpose itself has to be questioned. Basically, Parliament discussion throws spotlight on the intention behind a government scheme. It brings into focus the quantum of expenditure that is to be required. Correct? It is for this purpose. Every time you take money out of Consolidated Fund of India, the purpose has to be satisfactory. Okay. And what is the objective of Contingency Fund of India? What is the objective of Contingency Fund? What did I just tell you now? The purpose of Contingency Fund is to take care of emergency situations. Correct? So do you think the parliament will not be satisfied about a disaster or a cyclone? Do you even think that the parliament will not be satisfied? Is there anything to be discussed? A disaster means a disaster. There is no ambiguity about it. A cyclone or an earthquake or a landslide, all these are disasters. That's all. So there is no need to satisfy the parliament about the purpose, because parliament already has made Disaster Act and all these acts where it has been clearly mentioned what is a contingency, what is a disaster, all that has been clearly defined. So there is no what do I say, there is no ambiguity or there is no discretion in the executive here. They have to spend money on buying food, on buying clothing. Okay, purpose is all clearly given. So that is why, sir, Article 267. Okay, I'm just coming to it. The purpose is satisfied already to the Parliament. Parliament doesn't have any objection to the purpose for which money is spent from contingency fund. Similarly, public account of India also, you don't have to go and disturb the Parliament every time. Okay. Yes. What is your doubt, sir? 267 deals with contingency fund, isn't it? 266 deals with public account. Okay, I'm not very sure. You please refer the articles. 266 and 267. 266 definitely talks about consolidated fund of India, but whether it also talks about contingency fund or whether it talks about public account, I'm not sure. I think I'm not very sure. You please check the constitution, check it and get back to me. Whether 266 is about 267. Anyway, all these are useless. Remembering the article numbers is all useless. You can verify it, but I'm just saying this constitution has provisions. Public account of India. What is the objective behind public account of India? The government will collect money every month from government servants. Every month you will have to contribute some amount of money for your pension. Every month you have to make a small contribution so as to take care of your gratuity. What is gratuity? In case you die when you are in the service, a huge lump sum will be paid to your family if you die in the service. Okay, so these are all social support mechanisms. So the government is actually expecting a monthly contribution from you so as to take care of you once you retire from the job. Okay, so this money is put into an account called as public account of India. Every time when money is taken out of public account of India, okay, every time when money is going to be taken out of public account of India, what is the purpose for which money is going to be taken out? Because one income tax inspector in revenue department, Ministry of Finance, income tax inspector is retiring from his service. So as soon as he retires, he has to be given his pension payments. So do you think you have to go and move the Parliament? Mr. Rajesh Kumar, income tax inspector, is actually retiring from the service. So we have to pay him pensions for the year. For the next year, the pension amount is rupees 10 lakh rupees. So please, I want to get the permission of the Parliament so as to spend money. Do you think it is necessary? Is Parliament going to discuss and debate about Mr. Ramesh Kumar whether he should be given pension or not? Because these are all routine matters. These are systematized, standardized matters. You don't have to, the purpose is already satisfied. Already the Parliament has made pension gratuity rules, pension rules, all of those kind of laws have been already made by the Parliament. So it's very clear. There is, if it is a pension, it has to be only a pension. You cannot use it for buying an air conditioner for your office or anything else. And if the pension has been clearly indexed to the post in which you are retiring, so by the last post, whatever you held, whatever salary you get, 50% of the salary is what is going to be a pension. Everything is clearly given in the rules in black and white. So there is no way in which executive can misuse the money or misappropriate the money. So you don't have to go and satisfy the Parliament about the genuineness or correctness of the purpose or the intention of the purpose. Everything is settled. That is why even for public account, to take money out of public account, parliamentary approval is not at all needed. It is government's discretion. It can collect money in the form of pension, small savings every month, PF contribution and all. It can spend money. Okay, you don't have to go and knock at the doors of Parliament to take money out of public account of India. Okay. So these are the three different accounts which we find mentioned in the Constitution. And what else have to be discussed so as to get into lawmaking process apart from this? Okay, I think this much is enough of terminologies. Let's get into, yes, money bills, of course. So what is a money bill? What is a money bill? Just give me a plain definition of money bill. Whatever you understand by the term money bill, what does it mean? First of all, let me tell you what is a bill. any legislative proposal. So the work of parliament is to make laws. What is the function of laws? To regulate the behavior of members of the society, to empower the citizens. Laws can be both positive and negative. Positive, it confers rights and powers in the hands of a citizen. Right to Information Act, Right to Education Act. It confers the citizen with extra rights to have access to education. It confers the citizen with the rights to have access to in government information on the files. At the same time, laws can also be negative and restrictive. In what ways? Laws can prevent you from driving on the right side of the road. Laws can prevent you from driving drunk on the road. Yes, both positive and negative role of laws. So the laws are instruments which democracy has invented so as to regulate the behavior of the members of the society. The law has to pass through a lot of phases. Okay, the first phase in which a law gets birth, okay, the first phase in which a law originates is what is called as the bill. A bill is a draft of necessary, what do we say, what necessary powers or necessary restrictions. Whatever has to be made as a law, it has to be made as a form of a draft. A bill has this particular form: title, objective, what is the purpose of this bill, definitions. So there will be a lot of terminologies which will be used in the bill. All that has to be first clarified, and then comes provisions of the bill. 1, 2, 3, 4, all different provisions will also be there. This is the structure of a bill. Okay, so money bills, what is the meaning? Deals with financial matters, that's correct. Expenditure or revenue expenditure bill that concerns consolidated fund of India, that is also a very good definition. Okay, so let me tell you, any bill, if it has a component of expenditure in it, it is called as a financial bill. Okay, any bill, if it has a component of expenditure to be made out of it, comes under the expenditure or yes, expenditure. So that will come under the category of financial bill. So my question is, can a bill which has a component of expenditure, can it be introduced in Rajya Sabha? That is my question. Any bills that have an element of expenditure in it, can such bills be introduced in Rajya Sabha? Yes or no? No, no sir, no sir, no, no, no. The answer is wrong. Answer is yes. Both houses of parliament have the power to come up with laws, and laws might require money to be spent. Laws require a new building to be constructed. Laws require a new authority to be created. How are you going to pay his salary? How are you going to pay his pensions and allowances? How are you going to allow him to recruit his own staff? You need to spend money. Even Rajya Sabha has the power to introduce bills that have a financial expenditure component in that. Let's be clear about it. Okay, Rajya Sabha can also introduce bills that carries in them a component of expenditure. Okay, but okay, so Rajya Sabha passes a bill which has a monetary component to it, sends it to Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha refuses it. Lok Sabha denies. You cannot, the bill is not correct. It has a lot of unnecessary expenditures. Then what will happen? Joint sitting will happen. Okay. And what will happen in joint sitting? What did I tell you? Who will win in joint sitting? Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha? Who will win in joint sitting? Joint sitting is when members of both houses come together and discuss about the issue. It's a Lok Sabha because it has twice the number of members of Rajya Sabha. So automatically it is the Lok Sabha's hand which will prevail. It is not the Rajya Sabha's wish which will prevail. So let's be clear. Even a bill that has a component of expenditure comes under the category of what is called as financial bills. Rajya Sabha can also introduce a bill that has a component of expenditure to it. There is nothing stopping Rajya Sabha from doing it. And once Rajya Sabha introduces it, it passes sense to Lok Sabha. It is So this is just passed like an ordinary bill. A financial bill is passed like an ordinary bill. So let's be clear about that. It is an ordinary bill where dialogue can happen and a joint sitting has to be conducted, and then the conclusion of joint sitting will happen. Okay. In joint sitting, most probably the Lok Sabha's opinion will prevail. This is how financial bills are dealt. And financial bill means any bill that has a component of expenditure. So, but at the same time, did I also tell you that constitution makers wanted to suppress the role of Rajya Sabha when the Lok Sabha decides that it is in national interest that a particular expenditure has to be made. Rajya Sabha should not be allowed to unnecessarily interfere into the activities of Lok Sabha. Did I just tell you that constitution itself places too much importance for Lok Sabha only, not for Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha is given importance only in two matters: to protect the interest and safeguard of the states, and the next is just to have an opinion, one more opinion on the Lok Sabha's decisions. That's all. Constitution is biased towards Lok Sabha. So that is why it has given a Lok Sabha the special advantage in the form of money bills. So now Lok Sabha, I will discuss what is money bill, but let's say, what is the special advantage? The special advantage is you are reducing the interference of Rajya Sabha. That is a special advantage which is given in Constitution in Article 110. How is it achieved? It is achieved by this different procedure that is actually followed. What is the different procedure? Lok Sabha alone can introduce a money bill. So it means that Lok Sabha, so it means that Rajya Sabha does not have this special advantage. It means that only Lok Sabha will enjoy the special advantage of this special procedure. Rajya Sabha cannot claim this special procedure. That is what is actually the text of the Constitution. Money bills can be introduced only in Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha alone can access the special provision under Article 110. Once it is passed in Lok Sabha, if it is sent to Rajya Sabha cannot reject the bill. Rajya Sabha cannot keep it pending. It cannot make amendments. It has no powers. It has to just pass it and send it back to Lok Sabha. Okay. So this special procedure is what is the advantage that Lok Sabha enjoys because of the money bill provisions in the Constitution. But the question is, can Lok Sabha certify any bill as a money bill? No, it cannot certify all bills as money bills. Just for the sake of having this special procedure, then what will the speaker start doing? Because it's a ruling majority party. It's a ruling party which has the majority in the Lok Sabha. Speaker is a majority man. So what will the government do? The Narendra Modi's government will say citizenship amendment bill, if it goes to Rajya Sabha, it will not be passed. Rajya Sabha will make a lot of obstruction. It is a lot of headache. So what we'll do is, Mr. Speaker, please certify it as a money bill, and we will enjoy the special procedure and we will pass it. But the Constitution is clear. The Constitution does not want to give this special benefit to Lok Sabha in all cases. The Constitution wants this. So do you understand why Lok Sabha should be given a special preference? Did I just mention to you in the start of the class? Yes or no? Because Lok Sabha enjoys the popular support. Lok Sabha is what people have directly voted and sent them there. Correct? And look at what is the function of Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha is parliament. Parliament is union legislature. Union legislature deals with matters of 7th schedule. It is the whatever subjects are there in union list, Lok Sabha will be taking up. What is there in union list? Army. Yes. People have voted Narendra Modi's government with the hope that Narendra Modi's government will be able to provide security for country. He will ensure strong military action is taken against Pakistan. That is the hope, that is the expectation, that is the need of the people of India. That is why they have given a mandate for Narendra Modi's government. So he wants to introduce a bill so as to purchase for army. 10,000 crores has to be spent on modernization of army. And why is this necessary? To protect India. Okay, good. Lok Sabha passes it, sends it to Rajya Sabha. who are going to be members of Rajya Sabha, they are elected from different states. Yes, let's say until 2019, all of a sudden in 2019 elections, Modi government had won majority of the seats in Lok Sabha. But unfortunately, all the states are mostly ruled by opposition parties, TMC, DMK, INC, Communist Party. If these are the members who are going to be there in state legislatures, if those parties are going to send members to Rajya Sabha, naturally you will have a composition in Rajya Sabha which is against Lok Sabha. Yes. What is the purpose of Rajya Sabha? It is to give one more round of opinion. It is to protect the interest of the states. Protect the interest of the states in the sense to protect center from trespassing into the boundaries of the states. Center cannot start legislating on state subjects. No, Rajya Sabha's role will come into play there. Center cannot make constitutional amendment destroying the powers given to the states. Rajya Sabha will have a great role to play there. But otherwise, these are functions which are to be performed by the appointed government, by the elected government. It's Modi on whom people have placed their trust that he will protect the country. So now he wants to spend this much amount of money. But here they are all the opposition parties. Don't you think that these opposition parties will just oppose the bill because they have to oppose? Because they are from opposition parties, they will oppose this bill. Yes or no? They will. Just because of politics, they will. Even without thinking twice about the bill, even without thinking about the pros and cons of the bill, they will just reject the bill because they are opposition parties. And who is going to suffer? Army modernization is going to suffer. If army modernization is going to suffer, what is going to be affected? Security of India is going to be affected. It is the people's interest, people's need that they have to be provided with better security, which is going to get affected. Why is it all getting affected? Because Rajya Sabha, which is not even reflecting the aspirations of the people, it is actually playing the spoil sport there. Correct? That is why certain matters, like these kind of matters, if the government decides, if the Lok Sabha decides that it should have an upper hand, the constitution has given it with certain privileges, certain differential treatment. If you want to spend money, you can do it bypassing Rajya Sabha. So we are giving this one extra level of powers to Lok Sabha, but don't misuse it. Wherever a frank debate and discussion has to happen, you cannot escape from that. You have to actually follow the proper discussion and debate route. But in these kind of matters, wherever expenditure has to be incurred, let me give you some extra powers in the form of Article 110. So that is why we have Article 110 in the Constitution. So do you understand it? Whatever I have said? Yes? Can somebody just summarize to me first? Let me see if you have actually understood it. Whatever I have said, what do you understand by whatever I have spoken in the last 5-10 minutes? So whether Rajya Sabha can introduce bills based on union list? Of course it can. Any house can introduce bills. Both houses of the parliament can introduce bills on whatever matters are there in union list, on army, shipping, railways, currency. Both houses can introduce bills. So what do you actually understand by the discussion which has just now happened? I'll wait for 2-3 minutes. Please give me an answer for that. Why money bills under Article 110 has been kept in the Constitution? Give me the reason for that. See, summarizing whatever has been discussed itself is a great skill of writing. So let me see if you are able to summarize it, whatever I have discussed. Some special provisions were given to Lok Sabha to bypass Rajya Sabha for making necessary security of the nation. Okay, security is just one aspect, of course. Yes, that is the last point of what I told you, but you have to bring in the role of Rajya Sabha, constitutional treatment of Rajya Sabha versus Lok Sabha. That is the aspect that you have to bring in this. So can I say both houses can pass financial bill, only Lok Sabha can pass money bill? No, Rajya Sabha will also pass money bill. Let me say the substance of whatever I have discussed was there is nothing prohibiting the Rajya Sabha from passing laws which involves expenditure. There is no bar on that. There is no ban on Rajya Sabha taking up legislations which involve a component of expenditure. But just that whenever the Lok Sabha decides that money has to be spent on a particular purpose and Rajya Sabha should not interfere into this because it is so immediately necessary for the interest of the nation, in that case, the role of Rajya Sabha has to be suppressed. Rajya Sabha should not be allowed to play an interferer in this kind of a place. So we have a special procedure in the form of money bills in the constitution which can empower the Lok Sabha over the Rajya Sabha. Okay. Money bill can be introduced only in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha has no choice but to approve it. The reason for such an upper hand to Lok Sabha is the very fact that it is real. That's very correct. Very good. Okay. Both houses can pass financial bill only. No, that's not it. Okay. That's very correct understanding. So as I said, Lok Sabha should not be allowed to use this tool of money bill as an excuse. Okay, any bill, whatever bill comes, money bill. It cannot happen. That is why there has to be certain criteria on why a bill should be a money bill. Okay, so what is the criteria for Lok Sabha to say that this is actually coming under the definition of money bill? A certain criteria have to be fulfilled. Okay, what is that? The bill should be about taxes, whether it should be about increasing the tax or decreasing the tax or modifying or cancelling a tax, okay, or making some changes to the taxes. Next, the bill should deal with government borrowings. How much can the union government borrow, okay, from abroad? If state governments borrow from RBI, can the central government give any guarantee? Yes, it can. It can give guarantees because it has consolidated fund with it of India with it. So maybe Kerala is in very, very bad financial position. So RBI is doubting if I provide money to Kerala, will they be able to repay back? But the central government is vouching for Kerala. It says that no. If they don't pay, I'll pay for you. Okay. If any bill is introduced for this kind of a purpose, for the purpose of empowering central government to give guarantee to the state governments, okay, because the guarantee is going to be made out of consolidated fund of India. So any bill that deals with government borrowings, so that will also come under the definition of money bills. Okay, what else? Any bill that deals with custody of consolidated fund or contingency fund. Who will have control? Who's going to have custody, consolidated fund and contingency fund? So that is also another aspect. So did I tell you Contingency Fund of India Act 1950? The purpose of the act is to place custody of contingency fund in the hands of president. It is that act which says that contingency fund shall be in the custody of president. So tell me, how would that bill have been introduced? Contingency Fund of India Bill 1950. That bill would have been introduced as a money bill because it places it. If possible, you can just browse it immediately. Contingency Fund of India Act 1950. Look at what are the provisions. It says what is the size of the corpus, 500 crores or 5,000 crores or 50,000 crores. How much money should be placed in contingency fund? That is the first point. Next is who will have custody of the Contingency Fund of India? That is the second point. So since it deals with the custody of contingency fund, this bill would have been introduced as a money bill. Okay, custody of consolidated fund or contingency fund, whoever is going to have that fund in their hands, that is what is called as custody. Next is whenever you take money out of any of these funds, or if you are bringing in money, putting more money, in consolidated fund, not in consolidated fund of India. If you're bringing in more money into consolidated fund by taxes, fees, or user charges, or you're taking money out of consolidated fund of India for expenditure for welfare schemes and all, so that will also come under the category of money bills. Next is, if you're creating a new charged expenditure, a new expenditure called as a charged expenditure is being created, even that bills for creating a new expenditure as a charged expenditure will also come under the category of money bills. Let's say, what is charged expenditure? Article 112 will give you details of charged expenditure. We will discuss about it later. When we discuss about budget, we will discuss about Article 112. But right now, just understand what is charged expenditure. Charged expenditure is, when we discuss about budget, we'll come across two components: votable part of expenditure, charged part of expenditure. Okay. Charged expenditure is salary of Judge of Supreme Court. Compare this salary of Judge of Supreme Court with the salary of an IAS officer. His salary is a part of votable expenditure, whereas his salary is a part of charged expenditure. What does it mean? IAS officer is a part of executive. You are the servant of the president. But judiciary is an independent organ. Judiciary has to check and balance executive and legislature. If the legislature makes a very bad law, like a Citizenship Amendment Act is passed by the legislature, if it goes on a challenge to judiciary, the judiciary has to strike it down as null and void. That is an important function of judiciary. So it has to exercise its check and balance on executive as well as on legislature. A law made by legislature should be struck down as null and void if it violates the principle of basic structure of the constitution. So that is where the role of judiciary comes in. So the judiciary has to perform a very, very independent function there. It should not be subservient to the legislature. Correct? So that is why the salary of the judges are not voted in the legislature. It is just given to them. So we will further understand it, but when we discuss about budget, charged expenditure is to make it outside, is to make some expenditures outside the discretion of the legislature. If you allow the legislature to vote on these expenditures, then the judges will not actually give a free and independent verdict. They will always be scared. If I give a particular decision or a verdict, immediately my next month's salary will not be given by the legislature. They will not pass the budget. They will cut down my salary. So let me not get into a dispute with the legislature. Whatever they pass, I'll also say that is correct. But that is not why judiciary is there. Judiciary has to have independence, right? That is why certain expenditures are called as charged expenditures, which will not be voted by the legislature. We will discuss it after some time. So what Article 110 says is, if a bill is introduced for creating a new expenditure under the charged expenditure category. So a bill is introduced to create a new post called as the Secretary General of India. Okay. So this person's salary is going to be charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. If a new bill is created for that purpose, so such bills will also come under the definition of money bills under Article 110. Okay. So these are some of the grounds. These are some of the reasons, criteria. These grounds have to be satisfied if a bill has to be classified as a money bill. If not, Speaker cannot certify these bills as a money bill. Okay. So do you understand? Explain the fourth point. If you are bringing in more money into Consolidated Fund of India, receipts into Consolidated Fund of India, expenditures out of Consolidated Fund of India, those kind of bills, a new bill for the purpose of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Bill 2020. If you're introducing a bill and the purpose is to take money out of Consolidated Fund of India for expenditure, then that bill can be certified as a money bill by the Speaker. All right. So this is what is the substance of money bills. I think I'll stop here. Go through your text And in case if you have any doubts, you can come and ask me in the next class. We will discuss about the lawmaking. We will start with the lawmaking process in the next class onwards. Okay, so this is all about money bills that you have to know. Whatever bill does not fit into the category of money bills will be passed as an ordinary bill. A financial bill is also passed in the same manner as that of an ordinary bill. It is only if it is classified as a money bill, it is certified as a money bill by the speaker. It means that a special procedure has to be followed. Rajya Sabha will be diminished when it comes to passing of these category of bills. Okay. Does Rajya Sabha passes money bill? If so, what is the purpose? See, why are you using the word money bill? I use a specific word called as financial bills. Any bill that has a component of expenditure is called as financial bills. Money bill, don't forget about money bills. Any bills that has any expenditure involved in that is called as financial bills. Money bills are just a part of this, because even this is the same, just that a special procedure is going to be followed. It is the same content which is going to be there, but a discretion is provided to Lok Sabha to bypass Rajya Sabha. There is no difference between money bill and financial bills. The text of the bill, everything is same. Just that Lok Sabha, for it to certify a bill as a money bill, this particular conditions have to be satisfied. That's all. Whether charged bills or Supreme Court judges alone, sir, or for other judges? You please go through Article 112. You will be clarified. I will discuss about 112 when we discuss about budget, not now. You can wait till then. So is it all fine? Is it all clear? Do you have any doubts? Are you able to understand whatever is being taught? Have you gone through Lakshmikant earlier also? Do you find any areas where you are not able to understand what is being taught? All these are very simple aspects. Sir, can legislature cut down the salary of judiciary using this money bill? No, it cannot do. Of course, it can do. It can make amendments, but it will not apply to the sitting judges. It will apply only to the next judges. But yes, even for reducing the salary of expenditures that come under the category of charged expenditures, even those bills which are introduced for that purpose can also be certified as a money bill by speaker. So I think no doubts then. Considering the humongous size of consolidated fund compared to others, won't most of the financial bills be deemed as money bills, sir? Yes, that's correct. See, humongous size of consolidated fund compared to others. Yes, that's correct. It's up to the Constitution gives us discretion to Lok Sabha. If it wants, it can pass the bill as a financial bill also. If Lok Sabha thinks that, okay, let Rajya Sabha also involve in discussions, let them also have equal powers. If they think, the speaker need not classify a bill that has an expenditure component as a money bill. He can allow it to be introduced as a financial bill alone, just a plain financial bill. But if he decides that I should minimize the interference of Rajya Sabha, he has the liberty, he has the extra advantage to make use of the money bill route. Okay. So since custody of funds are money bills, then consolidated fund may be taken out of parliamentary custody. Since custody of funds are money bills, then yes. That is what we can understand from Article 110, custody of consolidated fund. If that has to be changed, even that bill can also be introduced as a money bill. That can also be changed. Were any doubts? Any other doubts? If you have doubts, you can also raise your hands and ask questions also if you want, if you feel like asking questions. Otherwise, we will conclude the session. I'm also very tired. So tomorrow also we have class. We will discuss the rest in the tomorrow's class. So did you understand clearly whatever has been taught today? Uh, or is there any problems in understanding? Do you have any issues? Is there any issue with the language or with the speed? Because sometimes people in different batches have complained like they're not able to follow my language. So do you have any issues with language, or the words that I use? People have asked me to explain in simple words in the previous some of the batches. Just want to confirm, are there two types of financial bill? Yes, these are some very minute procedures in rules of procedure Lok Sabha. Rules of procedure talks about two different financial bills, financial bill class 1, class 2. They have made this differentiation. But UPSC will not be concerned about all those minute issues of rules of procedure. Constitution only talks about financial bills. It does not talk about financial bills class 1, class 2, no. Financial bills as per Article 117 of the Constitution. Is there any difference between monsoon and winter session in specific? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Difference between monsoon session and winter session. What difference can I say? I don't know. Monsoon session means it happens during monsoon. Winter session means it happens during winter. So what difference are you expecting? I don't understand the question. Whether GST comes under money bill. GST bill is a constitutional amendment bill. You are amending the constitution itself. Okay. All right. So we will conclude and we will meet in the tomorrow's class then. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow.